Francis Jump pa eh. Interview pa si Francis. Latest na dito. Ba't ka pa nagpapaalam sa amin? Kailangan ko mayroong kape. Yung mga baka makunahan. Permission to approve.
Please all rise for the arrival of the Senate President and the Senators.
The continuation of the impeachment trial of the Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Renato C. Corona, is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by the Majority Floor Leader, Senator Vicente C. Soto III.
Heavenly Father, we worship you alone, the one true God and no other. We bow down before you, asking forgiveness for our sins against your holy will. Lord, we ask for your divine protection upon our land, and let no harm befall us as we perform our responsibilities and duties for our beloved Philippines. All these we plead through the precious blood of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you, Father God, in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, will please call the roll of senators.
The Honorable Senator Judges Angara, Arroyo, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Pia, Defensor Santiago, Drilon Ejercito Estrada, Escudero, Gingona, Honasan, Lacson, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Osmeña, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Recto, Revilla, Soto, Trillanes, Villar, the Senate President.
With 21 senator judges present, the presiding officer declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may I ask the Sergeant at Arms to make the proclamation?
The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make the proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the Senate is sitting in trial on the articles of impeachment against Chief Justice Renato C. Corona.
Thank you. The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the February 16, 2012 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? There being none, the February 16, 2012 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may we ask the parties or their respective counsel for their appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the prosecution panel of the House of Representatives, same appearances. Thank you.
Let's call the case first. The Secretary will please call the case before the Senate sitting as an impeachment court.
Case number 0022011 in the matter of impeachment trial of Honorable Chief Justice Renato C. Corona.
Appearances? Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, prosecution, defense.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. For the prosecution panel of the House of Representatives, same appearances.
Noted. The defense.
If Your Honor, please, for the defense, the same appearance.
Noted. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, for the business for the day, Mr. Pascual Garcia III, President of the Philippine Savings Bank, has been asked to come back. The prosecution has reserved their desired to conduct a redirect earlier, and compliance of PS Bank regarding requests of the court, namely the logbook, signature card, record of accounts of respondent Corona for comparison vis-a-vis annexes A1 and to A4. And also Ms. Annabel Johnson, manager of the Katipunan branch, was asked to return together with the representative of the BPI Alala branch, Mr. President, and then we will be tackling one or two other matters after that. So, Mr. President,
The named witnesses, the president of the Philippine Savings Bank, as well as the manager of the Katipunan branch of that bank, are hereby directed to enter the session hall and take the witness one after the other. First, the manager and the president, under the same oath. Please bring the witnesses to the chamber.
may we have a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President, while they are being called.
Trial suspended for 1 minute. Ito.
Mr. President, we are ready to resume.
May I request the bank manager of Katipunan branch of the Philippine Savings Bank to take the witness stand again.
We're ready to resume, Mr. President.
Thank you. Trial resume.
Mr. President, in the last day of the trial, we were informed that the defense wanted to cross-examine. But I have been informed also by other members of the court that they would want to ask clarifications, questions on clarifications. So
The chair would like to make some clarificatory questions from the manager of the bank. If there's no objection from regarding the order of questioning.
On the part of the defense, Your Honor, we have no objection whatsoever.
Prosecution?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Witness, in the last hearing, and I would like to make you recall it, this presiding officer asked you about the security procedures in the handling sensitive documents in your branch, in the Katipunan branch of the Philippine Savings Bank. And you explained that all sensitive documents bearing on the account of each depositor are placed in a steel cabinet, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that steel cabinet cannot be opened by a single person. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That actually you, as a branch manager, you know that there are assigned officers, 2 officers, that would enable anyone to access that steel cabinet.
2 branch personnel, Your Honor, 1 officer and 1 customer service associate.
Well, how do you call the first one?
Branch service and control officer,
Branch Service and Control Officer.
or the BSCO for short,
Yeah.
and the customer service associate, or the CSA.
And that you also confirmed that the either one of them could not open that steel cabinet without the presence of the other.
Yes, Your Honor. The steel cabinet of sensitive accounts or documents are located in the inner grill of our vault. So they cannot really open it unless there are 2 of them.
And that even you as manager of the branch could not open it without the presence of the 2 officers allowed to hold the security numbers to open this steel cabinet.
Your Honor, I am an alternate custodian of one of the combinations and one of the key. So I can also enter, but for as long as there is somebody with me, joint parent.
Either one of them.
Yes, but normally when the...
No. Just
Yes.
answer the question. Either one of them must be present if you access that steel cabinet.
No, not either, sir. Just the CSA. Because I am the alternate holder of the BSCO. Yes, sir.
You're
They
the
are
alternate-
separate, yes.
You're the alternate to the BSO.
Yes. BSCO.
BSC.
Your Honor.
BSCO. So that if the BSCO is absent, you can open the vault with the customers, what do you call that?
Customer Service Associate, Your Honor.
Customer Cash Service Associate.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Now, then you also testified that I think it was prior to the filing of the articles of impeachment against the respondent Chief Justice, when you received the subpoena of this court, you consulted your bank president.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it when you received the subpoena of this court that you consulted the bank president, or was it prior to the filing of the articles of impeachment?
I also referred to him or talked to him even before, Your Honor.
What is before? Before what?
On on that day that we were visited about this account, Your Honor.
No, wait a minute. There was an articles of impeachment filed on December 12, 2011. Did you consult the bank president before that, the filing of the articles of impeachment, or after?
After, Your Honor, the
After.
filing.
How long after?
It was on the same day that we were visited by Congressman Banal, Your Honor.
When was that?
January 31, 2012, Your Honor.
January 31, 2012.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, almost more than a month after the articles of impeachment was filed, that you were visited by Congressman Banal, and as a consequence, you consulted the bank president. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was this after this court issued the subpoena duces tecum to produce the bank records of the respondent from the Katipunan branch of PS Bank?
You're asking, may I clarify your question, Your Honor? You're asking if it was made before or after
Yeah.
the subpoena?
No, you know, we are talking here of a period of more than a month from the time the articles of impeachment were filed up to the time Congressman Banal saw you. I cannot now remember when the subpoena was issued by this court. I think, may I refer to the clerk of court? When was it filed? February 6. Also, you met Congressman Banal, or Congressman Banal visited you on the 31st of January 2012.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that is before you received the subpoena duces tecum from this court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, when did the president of your bank ask you for the records
On January,
of bank records of respondent Chief Justice Corona?
on January 31st, Your Honor, we met with him. And then
Who are we?
the whole branch personnel, Your Honor.
The whole branch, all the members of the branch.
Yes, Your Honor. And then,
He went to the branch himself.
no, Your Honor, we met in outside the branch,
Where outside the branch?
in a restaurant, Your Honor, in Katipunan.
Where in what restaurant?
Red Garlic, Your Honor.
Red Garlic. And how many were you? If you can remember.
I'll try to recall, Your Honor. We were 8, Your Honor.
Huh?
8,
8,
yes, Your Honor.
including the president.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was discussed in that meeting?
I told him about the visit of Congressman Banal.
Who initiated the meeting? Was it you as manager of the bank, of the branch of that bank, or was it the president of the bank?
It was the president, Your Honor.
How did he know that? Why did he call for that meeting?
Because right after the visit of Congressman Banal, I immediately reported it to my superior
By how did you report it?
through the phone, Your Honor.
By phone.
And then I called our another head, the branch banking head, and then I talked to our executive vice president, and then
Now, wait a minute.
yes,
After Congressman Banal visited you and he left, you called the president of the bank.
not directly the president, Your Honor. I called my area head, Your Honor.
Who is your area head?
Her name is Maria Cristina Duque.
What is her rank in the bank?
She's assistant vice president, area head of our area, Your Honor.
She is holding office in the central office.
No, Your Honor. She is holding her office in our Acropolis branch, Your Honor.
And what did you tell your assistant vice president?
I narrated to her what happened, and then
Please narrate what happened. Well, how did you report it?
okay, just like I reported to her that there was a visit from Congressman Banal, and then I told her almost all, Your Honor, almost all that I've mentioned last time. That
No, I want it repeated into the records to clear this whole thing.
okay. So on January 31, it was around a little after 12 p.m. There was a visit from Congressman Banal, and then I thought that he was gonna open an account with me. I could assist him. But at that time that he was still waiting for me in the lobby, I was still assisting two customers who were opening an account. So I approached him after my branch service and control officer told me that Councilor Banal is seated in the lobby. And then I cannot assist you right now because I'm still assisting other customers. If you want, I can let my BSCO attend to you. He said that he will wait for me.
Was he alone?
He was alone, Your Honor.
No.
Opinion.
Okay.
And then while I finished the transactions of my clients who were at my table, I went to him and told him that I'm already done with my clients and that we could already talk, if he could go to my table to talk. So when he was seated, we exchanged some chit-chats about the transfer of the branch, because the branch of Katipunan branch was previously located in the middle. This new location is now very near Miriam. So things like that. And then
After your conversation, what happened?
yes, I asked him, what can I do for you? So I again asked him if he will open an account. I said, no. Actually, he said that he's already a representative and that he's no longer a counselor. So I apologized for addressing him wrongly. And then actually recall, Your Honor, that he said that he was assigned, I think, by the Speaker to the Secretariat. And then I was not able to mention it last week, but about the raffle. And then if we still have records with us on the raffle. Said, I'm sorry, I cannot help you. I don't have any information. It was a long time ago. We don't have records of that. And then, then he said, I asked him how, before that, nung tinanong ko siya that, when I asked him pala if he will open an account.
Tagalogin mo na lang para maintindihan ng madla.
Sige. Anyway, Your Honor, I'm okay. When I asked him if he was gonna open an account, he said no nga, and that he was assigned to the secretariat. So what can I do for you? And then he asked about the raffles, and I said, I'm sorry, I cannot help you. I cannot disclose anything. And then he said, if you can just help me on your personal capacity. And he was holding these pieces of paper. And then it was folded. And then he showed them to me partly. Since it was folded, he opened it partly, and his hand was partly covering the document or the paper.
Sinabi sa iyo,
Opo.
pwede mo ba akong tulungan dito sa papel na ito?
Yes. He said it in a general way, Your Honor. He said it, if you can help me on a personal basis. What do you mean by that? Because I cannot say anything about any account if you are asking for that. Then he said, he just immediately showed me.
Bakit mo tinanong yun na I cannot help you about any account?
Kasi parang nagtatanong siya, Your Honor, about a raffle, and then
About?
kung nanalo ba si CJ Corona, ganun.
Oo.
Parang I recall him mentioning that already. And then, that's why I said I cannot help him. Then, on a personal basis, pag-guide lang, ganito. If this is $1, if this is 7, if this is a K, mga ganon.
Oh.
The document, the photocopy, was really blurred, Your Honor. And I was so shocked to see that the form was a PS Bank. It resembled the form of the PS Bank customer information specimen signature card. We call it CISSC, or for short, signature card. And then, while I was scanning it, kasi nga it was partly covered, I scanned it around that area which he was pointing, and then I saw the name of Renato Coronado. So
he was asking precisely about the account of a specific person.
Photocopy that he was showing.
Kaya nga, ang tinatanong niya ay walang iba kung
my area.
gaano katagal siya pala doon sa iyo?
Parang he was there for mga 10 to 20 minutes, I think.
O sige, pagkatapos noon, ano ginawa mo?
After he left, Your Honor, I was parang shocked. I just stayed in my table. And then, I called my,
Bakit ka na siya?
because I was what seemed to be like a signature card.
Of your bank?
Yes, I asked him before he left where he got it, but he did not disclose. He just said that I can tell you if you will help us.
O ngayon?
And then I was trying to get hold of the paper that he was holding, so I could further to really verify if that was indeed our signature card or something that resembled our document.
Ngayon?
But he did not give it to me.
Okay.
So,
Pagkatapos ng usapan ninyo, tumawag ka dun sa Assistant Vice President.
Your Honor, kinausap ko muna yung BSCO ko. And then, I told her that, can you please check if the documents are still there? It was, it was lunchtime, so medyo,
Ano yung sabi mo na, can you please check if the document is still there? Ano ibig mo sabihin?
I wanted to check, kasi, Sir, Your Honor, from what I recall, from what I saw on the photocopies that he showed me, if it was also there in our record.
Yung dokumento ninyo, nakaparis nung ipinakita sa iyo, ay nandun yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede bang ma-access yung Vice President, Assistant Vice President,
I
doon
thought,
sa vault?
Your Honor, I was still talking to the branch service and control officer, my assistant,
Ang
at that time, before I called my
Kaya nga,
area.
teka muna. Ang kausap mo, ang unang kinausap mo yung control officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ikaw ang alternate.
Yes, Your Honor.
At tinanong mo sa kanya kung nandun pa yung dokumento na ipinakita sa iyo ni Congressman Banal na halos nakapareho sa iyong akala noong dokumento ninyo sa vault.
Your Honor,
No,
yes.
tinatanong lang kita para madalian ang usapan natin. Gano'n ba?
Basta I told her, Your Honor, na pwede bang tingnan natin yung, yung records lang. Kasi, we were just wondering how he got.
Kaya nga,
Photocopy.
tinanong mo kung nandun pa yung record
Isa yun, opo.
pinaglalagyan ninyo.
Opo.
Dahil nababahala ka,
Yes, po.
dahil may pinakita sa yung dokumento na kaparis nung dokumento na yun.
Well, I'm sure naman, Your Honor, that it was there.
Tinatanong lang kita, Iya. Huwag kang nenervyusin. Hindi kita ilalagay sa alanganin. Tinatanong lang kita para maklarify ito.
Yeah, I was sure that it was inside, but the records, Your Honor, but I wanted to see for myself also.
Kaya nga,
Yes.
tinanong mo,
Yes, po.
hindi malklaro yung sa kwan mo eh. Kinaklaro ko. Tinanong mo yung control officer na tingnan kung nandun pa yung dokumento ninyo sa loob ng steel vault.
No, Your Honor. I said, let's please
Check.
check.
Oh. Kung nandun pa.
Not necessarily, parang please check the signature cards if, because I wanna see also eh.
Kaya alam
It's
ko,
there.
ano
Okay.
bang
Hindi
sinabi mo doon sa sa control officer mo?
Gusto ko rin, Your Honor, makompare yung mga nakita ko from what was presented to me.
Kaya nga, tinatanong ko sa iyo, pina-check mo doon sa control officer kung nandun pa yung original yung dokumento ninyo para ma-check mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
O yun. Simple lang yun eh.
Yes.
O,
After that, I
ano
called.
sinabi niya?
I say, we will check. Sige.
Sinek niya.
Opo.
O, from the time na nag-uusap kayo primero, how long did it take him to check?
Because, Your Honor, after that, I called my area head. So I talked to her for quite some time.
Sino yung area head mo?
Maria Cristina Duque, Your Honor.
Yun ang assistant vice president.
Yes, oo. I
Okay.
talked to her on the phone and reported to her what
About what you
transpired.
saw?
Yes.
About the visit of Congressman Banal and what you saw, what the document you saw,
Yes, Your Honor.
that he was interested in.
Yes.
Okay. Pagkatapos na makausap mo yung assistant vice president or area head mo,
Oo.
kinausap mo ulit yung control officer.
I talked to our branch banking head, Your Honor, and also reported the same thing to him.
After the assistant vice
Yes,
president.
Your Honor.
Pagkatapos, kinausap mo yung control officer.
Yeah. But before I talk to
Sandali
my
lang. Kinausap mo ba yung control officer?
control officer.
Yung sa vault.
Yes, Your Honor.
After you talk to your branch vice president. Tatlo yung tao na
Yes,
kinausap mo eh. Una, kinausap mo yung control officer ng vault. Pagkatapos, tinawagan mo yung assistant vice president. Di ba? Area head mo. Pagkatapos, tinawagan mo yung vice president,
Branch banking head.
branch banking head. Pagkatapos, kinausap mo ulit yung control officer.
At that time, Your Honor, the officer was still having lunch. And so I let her take her lunch and I also took my lunch. And then when I
Immaterial na
came
yun
back,
eh. Gusto ko lang ang sequence
Yes.
ng mga tao na kinausap mo.
yes,
Ay, kung ikaw natulog, kumain, nagmerienda, nagsigarilyo, immaterial yun. Kinausap mo ulit yung control officer.
yes, Your Honor.
Ano ang tinanong mo sa kanya?
So, pinapacheck ko po yung pinalabas naman niya. And then,
Pina-check mo, ilinabas niya yung dokumento ninyo.
yes po.
In-examine mo.
Yes, sir.
Nandun yon dokumento ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Hindi nawawala.
Hindi po.
Okay. Pagkatapos, anong ginawa?
And then, later on, our executive vice president, who's higher than our branch banking group head, called me also.
And
about it.
Sino yon?
His name is Jose Vicente Alde, Your Honor.
Bakit tumawag sa'yo?
I also told him about what happened. He asked about it. And then he said,
Teka muna, you also told her?
him, Your Honor.
Him? What is the sequence of the order of calls that you made?
Okay. The first call I made was with my area head.
Okay.
The second call I made was with my branch banking head.
And then,
The third call I received from our executive
you
vice
received,
president.
ha? You received.
Yes po.
You did not call, ha?
No
You
po.
received.
Yes, sir.
Oh, was?
With what's from our executive vice president,
Who is he?
Jose Vicente Alde, Your Honor.
All right. Then, after that, you talk to your control officer to check.
Before I talked to Mr. Alde, Your Honor, I already talked with my control officer.
So, ang last na kinausap mo ay yung vice president.
Yes, sir. Over the phone.
Ano sinabi mo sa sa iyo na I want all the records of this particular account, which is contained in a folder, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, hindi niya kinuha nung meeting na yon, kung hindi the following day, another officer called you, ikaw ba tinawagan?
No, Your Honor. The order was based on that meeting. The branch was already closed at the time. We were already outside of the branch. And then the following day, when the branch was opened, that's when the records were brought out from the vault.
Who brought them out from the vault?
The branch service and control officer, Your Honor, and the customer service associate.
Sino yung mga yun?
The officer, Your Honor, is Hanilet Marasigan, and the CSA is Emeline
Sabi mo
Dizon.
kami rito na hindi namin alam kung sino ang CSA o ano. Sabihin mo yung kanya, ang pangalan niya at katungkulan niya.
Yeah, the officer, Your Honor, is Hanilet Marasigan, and the other custodian, Your Honor, is Emeline Dizon.
Sino ang kumuha ng record na yon na nasa folder?
Both of them,
From
Your
the
Honor.
vault, ha?
Both of them, Your Honor.
Both of them. Saan nila dinala?
They gave it to the branch banking head, Your Honor.
Sino yon?
Mr. Reyes, Your Honor.
O ngayon, nandun ka nung binigay kay Mr. Reyes?
No, Your Honor.
Yes ba? Reyes o no?
Reyes,
Reyes.
Your Honor.
Paano
No.
mo alam na binigay kay Mr. Reyes?
He received them, Your Honor.
Ha?
He received them.
Resibo.
Yes, sir. I asked.
May
They showed me.
resibo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So basta sagutin mo lang para madali tayo eh.
Okay.
Wala tayong panahon dito. May resibo na inisyo ni Mr. Reyes na tinanggap niya yung mga dokumento na yung folder from whom?
From Hanilet Marasigan and Emeline Dizon, Your Honor.
Anong pwesto ng tao na yun?
Officer and customer service associate, respectively.
Yun ang officer in charge doon sa vault
The custodians, Your Honor.
na kung saan ikaw ay yung alternate.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were not present when it was delivered by that officer to the receiver.
No, Your Honor.
Ngayon, after that, when was this? On the
February 1, 2012, Your Honor.
Ah,
Feb 1, 2012, Your Honor.
February 2.
1, Your
1.
Honor.
Okay, February 1. Saan dinala yun? Saan bang head office ninyo?
Our head office is located at 777 Paseo de Rojas, Makati, Your Honor.
Ngayon, alam mo kung paano hinandle nung sinong tumanggap doon sa head office nung folder na yon?
No, Your Honor.
Hanggang ngayon, di mo alam.
I think it was brought straight to Mr. Garcia, Your Honor. Maybe we could
But
confirm with
you are
him.
not sure.
No, Your Honor.
Ngayon, okay, we'll ask that from the president of the bank later on, how they handled that document. I remember that you said that prior to this impeachment, or the filing of the articles of impeachment, nagkaroon kayo ng audit sa inyong bangko? Inaudit kayo ng Bangko Sentral at ng AMLA?
I just remember, Your Honor, that the BSP audited.
Tinanong ko sa iyo yan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sinabi mo, nagkaroon kami ng audit. Ng audit. Ha?
The bank was audited by BSP, Your Honor.
Tinatanong ko lang sa iyo, nagkaroon kayo ng audit.
Yes,
Please,
Your Honor.
don't be evasive, because I know when you are evading my question, no? Nagkaroon kayo ng audit, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang nag-audit sa inyo, sino?
Mr. Garcia could better answer that, Your Honor, because it refers to the whole
Sino,
bank.
anong ahensya ng gobyerno
BSP.
ang nag-audit sa inyo?
BSP, Your Honor.
BSP. Sino pa?
The details, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I do not know.
How do you know that there was an audit?
Because I remember that we even celebrated after that.
Ah,
Parang there was a
you
celebration.
celebrated after that. By what do you mean by after that?
Parang the rating was
After,
okay.
after what?
After the audit.
After the audit.
Yes.
Do you know why you were audited?
No, Your Honor.
Do you know the date
regular.
when you were audited?
Mr. Garcia would be the best person to answer that, Your Honor.
Okay. You were not involved in the audit?
No, Your Honor.
You were not asked questions about the in the course of the audit?
No, Your Honor.
They did not ask any records from you in the course of the audit?
Not from me, Your Honor.
Kaya nga ikaw, mismo tinatanong ko.
Yes.
Hindi.
No.
Sino ang humarap doon sa mga auditor nung inaudit yung branch, Katipunan branch?
Said they made the audit in the head office, Your Honor.
Where head office sa Ayala.
Paseo de Rojas.
Paseo de Rojas. Alam mo kung sino humarap sa mga auditor?
No, Your Honor.
Walang tinanong sa inyo doon sa Katipunan branch, doon sa audit na yon.
May I ask lang something from my lawyer?
Hindi, tinatanong kita bilang
There was-
manager of the branch.
Okay. I remember that there was an email from our compliance to get certain records, but I was not the one who personally handled it, Your Honor.
Email from your compliance officer
Yes, Your Honor.
about certain records.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alam mo ba kung ano yung mga records na hinihingi?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was not privy to it because they went straight to the officer, Your Honor.
Pwede bang magsalita ka ng klaro?
I have a sore throat, Your Honor, sorry.
Sore throat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Dahan-dahan. Oh.
Okay.
Hindi, hindi ikaw ang tinanong ng compliance officer ng bangko nung mga records na gusto niya.
Hindi ako, Your Honor.
Sino ang tinanong?
The officer at that time, Your Honor.
Who is the officer?
At that time, it was Susan Colteros, Your Honor.
Anong position niya doon sa bangko?
She's the branch service and control officer, Your Honor.
Branch?
Service. Yes, Your Honor.
Ha?
But she's no longer with the bank, Your Honor.
No, I'm not asking that. Don't anticipate my question. Because otherwise, I'll say you are a nervous witness. Just relax ka lang.
Relax.
Just answer my question.
Okay.
What is this branch control officer?
Branch service and control officer, Your Honor.
Branch service and control officer. This is the same person who was in charge of the vault.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wala na ngayon siya doon.
No more, Your Honor.
Kailan umalis?
Last year, Your Honor.
Last year. What time last year?
The exact month, I do not recall, Your Honor.
December last year?
First half of the year, Your Honor.
First half of the year. After the audit. After the audit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I want to put in perspective all of these events. Ngayon, hindi ka tinanong as branch manager about that audit.
No, Your Honor.
Everything was answered by the president of the bank.
I'm not sure if he was the one who really answered, Your Honor.
But everything was answered by the head office.
Yes, Your Honor.
None was answered by the Katipunan branch.
No, Your Honor.
Were other records of Katimuran branch taken during the audit and examined?
I cannot say, Your Honor. I have no personal knowledge.
You cannot say.
Yeah.
Was the audit only for a specific account from your branch, or was the audit for the entire Philippine Savings Bank?
Entire, Your Honor.
Entire savings bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all the records of the branches were brought to the head office for examination by the auditors, or they were merely asking questions?
I'm not so sure, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Why was the email, anong pangalan nung rank nung official na nag-email?
Compliance officer.
Yung compliance, why
Yeah.
was the email of the compliance officer directed to your bank controller's service officer?
Because they're in charge of operations, Your Honor.
They're in charge of
The
operation
BSCO.
of the records.
Yes, Your Honor.
And they were investigating the records of depositors of the bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
All the depositors.
I'm not so sure. I think random.
Huh?
Random,
Random.
Your Honor.
Random. Okay. I want the president of the bank to take the witness stand. I will excuse you first. But before I proceed, I will just take a personal matter outside and suspend the trial.
May we ask the witness to remain? There is one more member of the court who wishes to ask a question. After suspension. After the suspension.
Maybe she's not telling the truth.
Trial resumed.
Mr. President,
Yes.
Mr. President, before we excuse Ms. Johnson, the branch manager, may we recognize Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago.
The lady from Iloilo is recognized.
I am told by counsel she's in the bathroom and will be coming momentarily. Ms. Witness, you are testifying under the same oath to tell the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please do not be nervous. I am very
It's so cold.
practiced with witnesses who come to court for the very first time. I strongly suggest that you take a sip of water, which is what we do when the witness is disturbed. And please do not think that I'm going to try and trap you with a clever question. I will not do that with you, since you are, in effect, an impartial witness. I want to reveal you to the public in all your beauty and in the full glory of your college education. I am your friend. It appears from your narration recently that you were deeply disturbed by the visit of Mr. Banal. Is that a correct impression?
Yes,
You
Your
were
Honor.
so disturbed that you went on a round of talks from one superior officer of the bank to another. Isn't that so?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you had reason to be, because I think even only subconsciously, you remembered that you and he were talking about a foreign currency deposit. You are talking about a foreign currency deposit that did not belong to him. Is that why you were disturbed?
I was disturbed, Your Honor, because apparently this person was holding what seemed like a bank document, which was supposed to be
Absolutely confidential, yes. So you're putting it in another way, but more or less we have reached the same conclusion. And maybe even only in your subconscious, you remembered, maybe during your seminar or orientation as a bank manager, that under the law called Instituting a Foreign Currency Deposit System in the Philippines, Section 8, which is entitled Secrecy of Foreign Currency Deposits, provides that all foreign currency deposits, etc., are hereby declared as and considered of an absolutely confidential nature, and, except upon the written permission of the depositor, in no instance shall foreign currency deposits be examined, inquired, or looked into by any person. I think that, as a college graduate, it was impressed in your mind that even if a person merely asks a question about a foreign currency deposit that does not belong to him, he's already violating the law. Would you say that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Because the law is very, very strict. It says, Section 8, Secrecy of Foreign Currency Deposits. These deposits are of an absolutely confidential in nature and, except upon the written permission of the depositor, in no instance, that's the law speaking, in no instance shall foreign currency deposits be examined, inquired into. Inquired into. The law even prohibits any person from asking any question. Inquired into or looked into by any person, government official, bureau of office, etc. So the prohibition is absolute. Even any ordinary person, without showing any motive or fraudulent intention, the minute he walks into a bank and asks about a foreign currency deposit, from the branch manager's head should already resound with bells and whistles, because the law prohibits you not only from giving information, but even the person or the visitor from asking about it. I think that was the reason for your unease after the departure of your guest. And you were correct, because under Section 10 penal provisions, any willful violation of this act or any regulation by the Monetary Board shall subject the offender upon conviction to imprisonment of not less than 1 year nor more than 5 years, or a fine. So I have raised this question with you just to assure you, since you look so miserable there on the witness stand, that what you are doing was completely correct. You are acting pursuant exactly to the language of the law, unlike a lawmaker who, although a lawmaker, was already a lawbreaker. I do not wish for you to answer this question. That is my personal view as a lawyer and as a judge here in this court. Perhaps people should read the law more carefully, particularly when they are entrusted with making the law. And may I say there is a similar provision with the domestic currency deposit law. Now, I'm no longer going to ask you a question. I will just make a manifestation. I'm no longer talking to you. I would like to manifest to my honorable and distinguished colleagues in the impeachment court. According to the timeline I have tried to draw, Mr. Banal received a copy, an anonymous copy of the signature card on January 30. He has no clue where it came from. On February 2, Representative Reynaldo Umali received an envelope purporting to contain also the same documents with signature cards, and he has no clue where it came from. What is a judge to make of this situation? The judge will, of course, turn to the rules of evidence, particularly Rule 131, Section 3, entitled Disputable Presumptions. The following presumptions are satisfactory if uncontradicted, but may be contradicted and overcome by other evidence. A, B, C, etc. Letter J, that a person found in possession of a thing taken during the doing of a recent wrongful act is the taker and doer of the whole act. Let me repeat. Disputable presumption, that a person found in possession of a thing taken in the doing of a recent wrongful act is the taker and the doer of the whole act. If a person is found in possession of signature cards relating to a foreign currency deposit, which the law declares to be absolutely confidential except for the written consent of the depositor, if he is found to have it in his possession, he cannot say without more, for to allege is not to prove. He cannot say without more evidence that he does not know how it came to his possession, because then the law steps in and raises the disputable presumption that he was the thief of that signature card. That is the presumption in our rules of court. Of course, it can be overcome by substantial evidence, depending on the judgment of this court. Let me also go on, since I'm citing the disputable presumptions. Letter Y, another disputable presumption, that things have happened according to the ordinary course of nature and the ordinary habits of life. Again, that is a disputable presumption. Normally, short ladies, short, long, tall, white, broad, etc., cannot give us incidents unless documents, unless we know her, or if she is anonymous, then we stop her. I've done that many times when I've stepped out of session hall. I've always stopped the person and say, what is your name? Where are you from? What is this about? I will then turn to my aide and say, will you please take care of this? And I turn to the visitor and say, you may follow it up with her. That is normally what a politician does. We don't just accept pieces of paper. In my case, for example, because of threats to my life in a prior position and in a prior life, I'm careful to identify the person who is giving me something, especially if it is in the form of a package that I cannot visibly see from outside. So, we have to presume that things have happened according to the ordinary course of life. Lumalabas ka, sukat ka binigyan ng envelope, wala kang pakialam. Saka mo na lang binuksan, tapos, voila, there's an presumably illegally obtained document inside the envelope. Ngayon sasabihin mo, hindi ko intindi bakit nadating sa akin yan. There's the law. The law says, pag hindi mo pinapaliwanag yan, ang ibig sabihin, ikaw nagnakaw niyan. Kung pickpocket ka at nasa bus ka, pagkatapos may nawalang pitaka at ikaw may hawak, sasabihin ng pulis, ikaw palang magnanakaw eh. Anong paliwanag mo? Ngayon din yon sa ating kaso ngayon. That things have happened according to the ordinary course of nature and the ordinary habits of life. The other congressman said, I was driving into my house. In the driveway, I found attached to the gate, or in a situation more or less similar, an envelope, and when I opened it, voila, there's the signature card. And there's no other further explanation. Is that an ordinary habit of life? To walk to your gate and find envelopes stuck there? Don't you have a mailbox? Don't you have a house helper who can be trusted to receive mail in your absence? So I just raised these questions because, Ms. Witness, it appears to me that your behavior was exemplary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I continue? I just want to ask a last question to this witness. The impeachment, the articles of impeachment was filed 12 December 2011. Is this correct? Madam Clerk of Court. Yes, 2011. Your meeting at the Red Garlic Restaurant happened in January.
Yes, Your Honor.
January 31st, 2012.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct. And at that time, you said that all the members of the Katipunan branch of PS Bank were present in that meeting, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Including the Control Bank Service Officer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, but you said that he's no longer with your bank, and I asked you, when did he separate himself from the bank? And if I remember correctly, your answer, it was in June 2011.
That was the former branch service and control officer.
Not the, that's a different control
This
officer.
one's a different one, Your Honor,
this was,
with the same position.
this was the one that received the email from an officer of your bank in connection with the audit.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it's clear now that we are talking of the same position, but two different persons at two different times.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I now ask the president of the bank to
Just
take
one,
the-
Mr. President, just one final question for Ms. Johnson from Senator Lito Lapid, Mr. President.
Yeah, please. The gentleman from... Anyway, we can recall her later because I'm just discharging her afterwards and to ask questions from the bank president. Go ahead, Mr. Senator from Pampanga.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Sa witness, yung bang vault nyo sa bangko mayroong camera?
Outside, Your Honor.
Sa loob, wala?
No, Your Honor.
Wala. Isang tanong pa, pagod ka na ba? Pagod ka na?
Okay lang.
Kasi si Mrs. Dizon napanganak na eh. Nung una kang umupo dyan,
Pagod na po yung boses.
tawa ka ng tawa, ganda-ganda mo. Ngayon parang haggard na haggard ka na. Ha? Sana sabihin mo na kagad. Isang tanong, isang sagot. Yung ba pinakita ni Congressman Umali, fake o hindi?
It was different from our record, Your Honor.
Yes or no lang. Tama. Yes or no? Hindi, si Congressman Umali muna. Pupunta ako doon. Isang tanong lang. Yes or no?
Well, in banking parlance, if it's different from the original.
Eh, yung kay Congressman Banal, ikaw ba nagbigay o
It's
hindi?
different, Your Honor. No, I did not give it to Your Honor.
Ha? Oh, baka maiyak ka. Sige, salamat.
All right. Madam Witness,
Maybe
pwede
excuse the
ba
witness.
bumaba ka muna at gusto ko makausap yung Presidente.
Maybe I'll call on the bank president, Mr. President.
President Garcia, I know that you're a very experienced banker, and in fact, you are a candidate for a higher position in your organization. Now, you heard the questions and answers between the chair and the manager of your Katipunan Bank branch.
Yes, Your Honor.
And he said that at 6 o'clock, January 31st, 2012, you met the entire personnel of the Katipunan branch at Garlic Restaurants, Red Garlic Restaurants. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And why did you meet them there and not in your bank?
Well, the branch actually has operations for the day, and they normally close the branch at a particular time of the day. When this information was...
what is this information, please?
This information about...
Be precise.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. The information about the visit of a congressman there was relayed to me.
Who relayed it to you?
My Executive Vice President, Your Honor.
What's his name?
His name is Jose Vicente Alde, Your Honor.
Did you ask him where he got the information?
Yes, Your Honor, and he mentioned that he got it from our branch banking group head, and he did make a call to the branch manager, Ms. Chongson, to confirm it.
And indeed, the event that caused you to meet your full complement in the Katipunan branch of your bank was decided.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you met them, according to your branch manager, Ms. Chongson, at 6 o'clock in the evening of the 31st day of January 2012, what did you tell them first?
Well, I wanted to get more details about the particular incident. The same information was provided to me. You know, such things as the paper being covered and inquiry. I understood that there was no particular inquiry about balances. It was something about the form. Ms. Chongson expressed to me her concern that the forms seemed to be similar to our forms. So I took the opportunity to reiterate to everyone there, and my Executive Vice President and my branch banking group head was there at that time. We reiterated to them that there is this, all information on deposits are confidential, and we made that a reiteration to all of them. And then I decided to have the documents brought to head office for better control.
You ordered the records of this specific bank depositor to be placed under your control in the head office.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why him only?
Well, because of the incident, Your Honor. So I was concerned that there would be probably, maybe, possibly other incidents or other inquiries. It was something in the newspapers. You know, everybody would be interested. The account I was made to understand was already. It was no longer necessary to maintain it there because there were the accounts had been terminated, the peso accounts had been terminated. So I decided to control the documents because, as I told my senior officers, this could possibly be the subject of inquiry from the courts. So we need to control it better, and we need to be able to respond quickly if it would happen.
At that time, when you issued that order to gather all the records of this bank depositor in the possession of your Katipunan branch and to be transferred to your office in the central office of this bank, of your bank, you were aware already that an articles of impeachment was already filed with this court, with the Senate, by the House of Representatives.
Yes, Your Honor, I was aware. It had been filed probably about a month earlier. I was aware, Your Honor.
And if were not for the information that some members of Congress were asking questions about that account, you would not have ordered the movement of these records to your central office.
Possibly no, Your Honor, because I had just...
What do you mean by possibly no?
We did not see the need at that time, so we did not.
And you saw the need because of the effort of a member of the House of Representatives to gather information about that specific bank account.
There was an inquiry about a document.
No, just answer my question.
Yes, Your Honor.
If that is so or not.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very simple. I'm trying to make as clear as possible as I can
yes,
the
Your
question
Honor.
that I'm asking to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, why did you not take the records on that particular time and date in January when you talked to your people in the Katipunan branch at the Red Garlic restaurant?
Well, we had a meeting there and a dinner. It was late. The branch was already closed.
The branch was closed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So you ordered that all the records will be transferred to the central office the following day.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you sent somebody to retrieve the bank records from the branch? Did you designate somebody?
Yes, Your Honor. Because
who was that?
This was Mr. Ismael Reyes, our branch banking group head. He was present in that particular meeting. I requested him to personally pick up the documents the next morning.
As a matter of practice, in your bank, when an event like this where records from a branch of your bank is ordered to be transferred to the central office, do you inventory the records that are contained in the file to be transferred?
Yes, Your Honor.
And where is the inventory to be made?
At the branch, Your Honor.
At the branch.
At the branch,
And the receiving officer from the central office will issue a receipt, the detailing and listing in detail the documents to be transferred.
Yes, Your Honor.
Including the file number, if there's a number.
I'm not so certain about those particular details, but yes, there are details of them.
Yeah. Now, when this record was transferred to your central office, was it delivered to you personally or was it delivered to someone else?
It was delivered to me personally, Your Honor.
And you check it against the receipt issued by your receiving officer when it got it from the branch.
I do not recall having done so. I was no, Your Honor. I don't recall doing so.
You did not. What did you do with this bunch of records or of file or paper after you received it?
After I received it, I was in my room with my executive vice president. I immediately put the documents on my personal cabinet, sealed, with lock and key. I put it there, and then I locked it.
And it stayed there until today?
It stayed there, Your Honor, until the matter of, we heard that documents from the bank are going to be subpoenaed. So it stayed there up to that time, Your Honor.
And no one had any access in that depository or vault, if it is a vault.
No one, Your Honor.
Except you.
Yes, Your Honor.
You had the complete control of the place where the record was deposited.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after the subpoena duces tecum was issued, it was transferred back to the branch office?
No, Your Honor. As soon as we heard, I think it was one afternoon that these documents are going to be subpoenaed, I asked my executive vice president about it, and he reminded me that it was under control, and we decided to put it under more tighter control, under the control of two officers, two senior officers.
While this record was moved from the Katipunan branch to your office, and you receive it there, from that time of your receipt up to the time it stayed in the vault, the entire file was never opened or scrutinized.
It was never opened, Your Honor, because it was under my personal control.
It was no one in your head office, except the one that received it from the Katipunan branch, ever had access or has seen any of the contents of that file?
No one, Your Honor.
All right. Now, I understand that from your branch manager of Katipunan branch that there was an audit done by the Bangko Sentral along with AMLA of your bank. Is this correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
When was this?
The last audit that we have as a bank, because we are audited regularly by the Bangko Sentral, Your Honor, was sometime 2010. I believe it started sometime September, and then sometime probably October, November.
September of 2010.
2010, Your Honor.
And how long did the audit take place?
It took around, I believe, about 1-2 months, Your Honor, 2 months. Because it's a bank-wide audit. They do this regularly and do an audit of the bank for loans and other processes. But they do not. The Bangko Sentral does not audit deposit accounts, Your Honor.
And in this particular audit, Katipunan branch was included.
Not the branch per se, Your Honor. There some. For certain accounts, they sample different accounts across the whole bank, and some of these accounts could be in one branch or the other.
Was there a sample used by the Bangko Sentral in this particular audit from Katipunan branch?
By the Bangko Sentral, Your Honor, no, because the Bangko Sentral does not sample deposit accounts.
Who samples?
It is only the AMLA that is authorized to do so, Your Honor.
Now, in this particular audit, was AMLA a part of the auditing agency?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. And in this particular audit, was any account, deposit account, from your Katipunan branch targeted for examination in this audit?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Now, do you recall what the deposit account or deposit accounts from the Katipunan branch were targeted for scrutiny and examination during this combined audit by Bangko Sentral and AMLA?
I believe the AMLA actually looked at a few accounts which are what you would classify as accounts that need to be reported, and I believe that one of these accounts actually was an account from Katipunan. I'm not sure if there were any other accounts.
Do you know the account from Katipunan that was included?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which one?
This is the account of Chief Justice Corona.
Okay. Is it normal in your experience as a banker and as president of the Philippine Savings Bank for AMLA to join an audit of the Bangko Sentral?
I believe so, Your Honor. It is.
Since the organization enactment of the AMLA law,
Yes, Your Honor.
in every Bangko Sentral audit, the AMLA is always a part?
They visit the bank actually to verify that we are adopting the processes that they require, Your Honor. Because they require certain reporting processes to the AMLA, like transactions.
Who are they? Who are they that require?
The Anti-Money Laundering Council actually requires all banks to report all transactions that are 500,000 and up.
All right. And in this particular case, the same procedure was done.
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Now, in cases of an audit like this, when records are required by the auditing team of the Bangko Sentral and AMLA for examination, are these records presented to the auditing team of the Bangko Sentral and AMLA?
I believe so they are, Your Honor.
Are they surrendered to the auditing team and left with them for examination?
No, Your Honor. They're always in the control of the bank. But they may be shown to the...
And the auditing team would be authorized to go over the records piece by piece, account by account.
Only for certain records, Your Honor. We do not provide them with balances, account balances or anything of the sort. But for certain records which are required to be so-called classified, like there is this new requirement on AMLA which requires classification of so-called personalities as politically exposed persons.
What happened?
So the bank is required to classify any account that is held by a politically exposed person, meaning, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but for example, if a senator judge account is in the bank, it will have to be classified as politically exposed person because they are elected publicly. So elected public officials, appointed senior officials.
Was the account of Chief Justice Corona denominated as an account of a politically exposed person?
Upon receipt of the instructions from the AMLA, we classified all of the accounts in our system so that any particular transaction is classified as a PEP transaction, Your Honor.
Now, at the time of the audit, this procedure of classifying people either as not politically exposed person or politically exposed person was current.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Current,
Current meaning already being done, being in use.
I believe so, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. Now, when this audit that we are discussing by the Bangko Sentral and AMLA happened, the records of respondent Chief Justice Corona was included among those examined by the Bangko Sentral and AMLA.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are sure?
Well, I verified the records. It was one of those that had a so-called exception comment.
Now, in an examination of an account, like the account of respondent Chief Justice Corona, are the agents or assigned personnel of the auditing team of Bangko Sentral and AMLA authorized to copy or gather or to copy these documents?
I am not sure, Your Honor. I really don't know. But I don't believe so. They just review the documents.
Are they authorized to make any photocopies of these documents?
I am not certain, Your Honor. Because
Why are you not certain? You have been in the banking system for a long time.
Because I'm not personally involved, present when they review the documents.
Is this the first time that your Philippine Savings Bank was involved in an audit like this?
Well, for this particular process, I believe so, Your Honor. I think it's because it was 2010 and that's about that time. Because, Your Honor, in the previous...
When the Bangko Sentral and AMLA team asked for records of certain bank accounts which are denominated politically exposed people, does the bank concerned, like you in this case, require the team to sign a receipt for the records that they require?
I am not certain, Your Honor, because I believe all of the records that we provide to the Bangko Sentral is acknowledged by them. But in this particular case, the Bangko Sentral was not inquiring about deposit because they never do
No,
inquire.
but I'm talking of the AMLA.
AMLA, Your Honor.
Because AMLA is involved precisely to look at deposits.
We have no record, Your Honor, of
But
having...
do they issue an acknowledgement receipt for the documents that they receive?
We have no record of having turned over the documents, Your Honor.
I'll clarify my question. In this particular case of the records, bank records of Chief Justice Corona in the Katipunan branch, when they were required by the audit team of Bangko Sentral and AMLA for examination, did the team issue an acknowledgement receipt that they received these records for examination?
No, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
At least from the records that I have reviewed.
They have not, your office did not require?
No, Your Honor, because we only show the required information like the signature card, and we do not provide unless it is required, and which is they have a.
Did they not require? Did not the team require
We
the
do,
presentation of the folder that was given to you?
we do not have it on our record, Your Honor,
You do not have any record.
about acknowledging.
What records in that folder, if you remember, were required by the Central Banco Central and AMLA audit team to be submitted to you for examination?
I can only, based on the information that we have, there were about 6 accounts that were.
I'm talking to you about what they required. I do not care about how many accounts
I do
they
not
were
know.
examining only for this particular case.
I have no information about that.
Did they require you to submit a record of his bank deposits, local currency deposit, as well as foreign currency deposits in your bank?
I cannot say right now, Your Honor. We will
Why
have to
not?
check our records,
Why
Your
not?
Honor. Because all that I did was I reviewed the overall findings. There is separate finding for the Banco Central
Yes, but-
and separate for the
Yes,
AMLA.
but you told me that in this particular audit, they asked for the records straight from the Katipunan branch,
From our head office, Your Honor.
from you.
Not from me, from our compliance office.
The compliance officer was the one asked to provide the records for examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who
I
was
believe so.
the compliance officer of the Philippine Savings Bank?
That was
At
Miss.
the time, this special audit was it a special audit?
It's a regular audit, Your Honor.
Huh?
Regular.
Is this regular audit where the bank account of the Chief Justice Renato Corona of the Supreme Court was included among the accounts to be examined at random?
Yes, Your Honor. That's a regular audit of the.
Who was the
Our chief compliance officer at that
your
time
compliance officer? Yeah.
was Miss Grace de la Cruz, Your Honor.
She's still with you?
No longer, Your Honor. She migrated already.
Migrated to where?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, if it's the U.S. or Canada. I'm not sure.
Do they make a listing of the people to be from each bank to be examined? Do the audit team make a listing of the accounts to be examined when they request records from your compliance officer?
I'm not certain, Your Honor. I will have to check and ask the people involved who handled this.
Are you not familiar with the examination procedures of the Banco Central?
This was not a Banco Central process, Your Honor. This is an AMLA process. Yes, Your Honor.
So maybe it's right to ask the AMLA people. Do you remember the AMLA people that were parts of the audit team?
I do not recall, Your Honor, because it's just on the report. We can try to find out more.
Now, is it possible that the record in question now before us, which your bank manager of Katipunan says to be fake, said to be fake, was accessed by the audit team of the Banco Central and AMLA in this particular audit that was done sometime in September to November, if I remember your period, 2010?
I believe from the nature of the comments indicated in that they at least saw either the specimen signature card or a copy of it. Because there was a comment that the specimen signature card did not have the classification PEP on it.
What do you mean? It was not accessed by the team, or was it accessed by the team?
Just from the information that I saw on the examination, I believe they saw the
Who are they? That's so.
the AMLA examiner, Your Honor.
They saw
Just
what?
one person.
They saw what?
That the specimen signature card did not have the tagging PEP, because we were being...
The tagging PEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
In what account?
On the specimen signature card of Chief Justice, Your Honor.
They did not see that the tagging of PEP in that signature card of Chief Justice Corona.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, the audit team of Bangko Sentral and AMLA that did the audit sometime in September to November of 2010 actually examined the records of Chief Justice Corona.
I believe, as far as the signature card is concerned, Your Honor, yes.
Yes, and that is precisely the document that is in question now, a supposed copy of which is attached to the supplemental request of the prosecution to this court for a subpoena duces tecum.
I cannot certainly say that, Your Honor, because I was not there, but based on the nature of the comment, they at least saw a signature card, and that was the exception.
I will
cited.
reverse the question. The original document that has been requested by some members of this court to be produced by you here for a comparison with the alleged document from your bank attached to the supplemental request for a subpoena duces tecum is the signature card of respondent Chief Justice Corona.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Now, can you submit to this court the signature card of Chief Justice Renato Corona that, according to you, you submitted to the audit team of the Bangko Sentral and AMLA when they conducted that audit done between the periods of September to November? For comparison with the document attached to the supplemental request for a subpoena duces tecum filed by the prosecution.
Yes, Your Honor.
We are ordering, the chair is ordering you to do that.
Yeah.
What is wait a minute, counsel, you address this chair before you approach the witness. Otherwise, I'll let you be escorted out of this.
My apologies, Your Honor. He was just asking because the documents are with me, Your Honor, but may I confer with my client?
If they're with you and they're in this court?
Yes, Your Honor, as directed by the Honorable Court in last week's...
Then you are, I'm ordering you to present.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
For purposes of comparison.
If Your Honor, please. If the Honorable Chair will recall, the bank was directed to present the signature cards with the references and entries with respect to foreign currency deposits blocked off.
Yes.
That is.
You can do that. All I am asking is that that document,
Yes, Your
whether
Honor.
you block off the foreign currency, the deposit items, that was submitted to the audit team of the Bangko Sentral and the AMLA, be submitted to this court for comparison with the document attached to the supplemental request for a subpoena filed by the prosecutors to this court.
Just for clarification, Your Honor, what was submitted possibly to the AMLA in 2010 will not be reflective of what is being submitted to the court today.
No, we want that one submitted in 2010. This chair at least wants it.
May I confer with my client,
Yes.
Your Honor?
And you know, I'll tell you very frankly the reason for this, so that people will not misunderstand the questioning of this chair. There are many people who handle the records of the respondent Chief Justice from the Katipunan branch. The people in the Katipunan branch, the president of the bank, central office, none other could possibly have brought out those documents like the one attached to the supplemental request for subpoena. The only thing that is not scrutinized is the document coming from the account of records of the account of the respondent Chief Justice Corona in the Katipunan branch that was submitted to the AMLA and Bangko Sentral audit team that conducted the audit between September and November of 2010. I will give you a chance to confer with your client. Trial suspended for 1 minute.
We just heard surprising testimony from Philippine Savings Bank President Pascual Garcia III. Garcia told us that as early as September 2010, there were audits on the bank accounts of Chief Justice Renato Corona. He said that AMLA, or Anti-Money Laundering Act, actually joined Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas in their audit of PS Bank. Now, this audit that AMLA apparently did on PS Bank took place from September to November 2010, and it targeted Corona's deposit account specifically. Now, when Enrile asked Garcia if this was something unusual, he said that not necessarily, and apparently accounts that exceed transactions of 500,000 pesos are usual targets for these audits. Now, the bank president Garcia also said that he believes that the AMLA audit team may have seen the specimen signature card of Corona. Now, earlier, we also heard Ms. Annabelle Chongson's testimony. If you recall, Ms. Annabelle Chongson is the PS Bank manager in Katipunan. Chongson said that when she had originally spoken to Banal, she then reported this incident to her superiors, and this caused the transfer of Corona's bank accounts to Garcia. Garcia says that he has personally kept them in his office, where he is the only one with access to these accounts. This is what led to the questioning of Presiding Officer Juan Ponce Enrile towards where possibly these documents could have leaked from, and this is when the AMLA audit was revealed by Garcia. Earlier also, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago pointed out, interestingly, that according to the law on foreign accounts, even questioning these accounts could hold a person liable to criminally liable, including a prison sentence for at least 1 year. So we're obviously dealing with a lot of issues. The most important, obviously, is this one that was just revealed by Garcia. Right now, we have a 1-minute recess. When we come back, Garcia is still on the stand. Hopefully, we will learn more about this. For now, we are also waiting for documents that were submitted by PS Bank in terms of the accounts of Corona. In addition to those that have been submitted, Enrile has also just ordered for the actual copy of the signature specimen card that PS Bank submitted to AMLA during that audit in 2010. While the counsel of PS Bank President Garcia said that this may be a different specimen card, Enrile said he would still want to see this. So more to come here. As of now, there is also a press conference, so stay tuned with Rappler.com as we listen to what the defense has to say.
And coincidence lang ba na yung audit sa tingin nyo ay nangyari ng September 2010 and November 2010? Kung sakaling sa BSP or AMLA nga galing yung signature card, anong implication nito at anong impact sa impeachment trial?
Well, kung sa impact sa impeachment trial, as we can see, it's causing delay. Dahil nga kailangan pang hanapin kung saan nanggaling itong leaked documents from PS Bank. But in terms of the merits, para sa amin wala naman itong ipinagkaiba kasi unang-una yung bank accounts nga, for us, irrelevant dapat ito dahil sa nakikita namin sa complaint, wala naman ito doon sa 2.2 or 2.3 at nakalagay ito doon sa 2.4 nga, yung tinanggal na ill-gotten wealth. Pero gayon pa man, handa na kasi kami noong umpisa pa lang nasagutin yung mga issues tungkol sa saliin. Kaya dapat itong issue rin ng fake bank documents or leaked bank documents ay hindi makaka-apekto doon sa paghahanda namin sa pag-defend doon sa merits ng kaso.
Okay. Additional na kasagutan, pandagdag doon. Yung sinabi mong September, yung naka-attach doon sa application for subpoena, na record. Siguro, kailangan natin tingnan at tutukan ng mga susunod na mangyayari dahil maalala nyo may katanungan si Senate President, sabi niya, meron bang report ito o may acknowledgement receipt ba ito? Maalala nyo sinabi ng President ng PS Bank, sabi niya, na-recall ko na merong katanungan ukol sa signature card na sinasabi yung politically exposed person na wala daw yung indication na yon. So kailangan siguro yan susugan natin at bantayan natin. Baka nga yung conclusion mo ay tama. Sa ngayon kasi mahirap mag-conclude dahil patuloy pa ang pagtatanong. Ngayon naman yung impact nito mga tanong na ito doon sa impeachment trial. Sa tingin po namin ay malaking impact nito. Dahil po kung matatandaan nyo, sinasabi ng prosecution, sinasabi nila, wala yan, wala exclusionary rule. Kahit po saan nanggaling yan. Dahil naman galing sa private person yan Ang sinasabi po namin, hindi, because this was against the right to privacy and this is protected also by the Constitution in violation of the fruit of the poisonous tree. Pero po kung ito'y mapapatunayan na may kamay po sila rito, ay makikita po natin na may kamay na ang pamahalaan. Kung ganun po yun, babaksak po yun clearly sa exclusionary rule. Wala na pong paliliwanag ang prosecution na magkabilang private or public. Kasi po sa ngayon, maliwanag naman, kahit naman po wala ito kahit na wala yung sa AMLA, pasok po siya sa exclusionary rule. Dahil po yung sa subpoena ay pumapasok sa Section 3 po ng ating konstitusyon na to be used for whatever purpose. At hindi po nito inililimit lamang sa search warrant. Ang sinasite po nila na ang pumapaloob na kaso rito ay Moncado case ay matagal na pong iniwan at isinantabi ng Stonehill versus Diokno. Napakalawak po ng paliwanag ng kasong iyon. At yung pong tinutukoy nila na ehersito case, kung saan dun daw sinabi na exclusionary rule ay hindi nag-a-apply, yun po sa salitang abogado ay obiter dictum po. Ano pong ibig sabihin po yun? That has no direct bearing po sa kaso. Kumbagay, napasadahan lamang po ito. Besides po, ang mga dokumento na natinutukoy dun sa ehersito case na pinagbabatayan ng kanilang posisyon ay na-obtain in the course of a preliminary investigation. Therefore po, hindi illegal yung mga informasyon na yon sa ehersito case. Yun po.
Alam niyo, alam niyo po, ginagalang ho natin lagi ang pananaw ng mga kasama natin sapagkat yan po kanilang prerogative. Ngunit malinaw naman po ang naging posisyon namin dito, simulat sa pool, na ilalabas po, ilalatag natin ng ating mga ebidensya, kasama na po kung ano paman ang patungkol dito sa mga bank accounts ni Chief Justice Corona sa tamang panahon at tamang paraan. Sapagkat kami po talaga ay naniniwala na dito po sa prosesong ito, hindi po dapat natin minamadali sapagkat unang-una po, hindi pa ho tapos ang prosecution sa paglatag po nila ng kanilang ebidensya o kung meron man. Kaya pagkatapos po nila na magpakita ho ng kaso nila sa impeachment court, doon naman po darating ang panahon namin sa depensa na magbigay naman ng aming pagpapaliwanag. So doon po sa pagkanta nila, sana naman po hindi ito nakadulot doon sa pag-ulan ngayon. But anyway, nilirespeto po natin yan. Ngunit sana po humihingi po kami ng konti pang paumanhin at konti pang panahon para po dumating naman ang pagkakataon namin magpaliwanag sa kanila at sana naman po pagdating ng panahon na yon ay pakinggan din po nila kami.
At karagdagan po doon, that is their exercise of their right to free expression. Gusto po nila ilahad ang kanilang nararamdaman. In the same manner na may iba pong grupo na sumusuporta kay Chief Justice, na kailangan galangin rin natin ang karapatan nila to express themselves. This is a free country. This is a democracy. So galangin po natin yung mga ekspresyon na ganyan dahil po inaasahan naman natin na hindi lahat ay naniniwala sa isang posisyon. Sa mga panahon nga ito, samot-sari na po ang mga opinyon ng mga mamamayan.
Kung pwede ko lang dagdagan, siguro sa isang malayang bansa katulad natin, ini-encourage natin yung mga ganitong diskurso. Sapagkat dito lamang sa mga ganitong diskurso, sa iba't ibang antas sa pamayanan, na magkakaroon talaga tayo ng isang maliwanag ng pananaw upang lahat ng mga issues na tinatalakay dito sa impeachment court ay talagang mahihimay natin. Sapagkat kung hindi tayo magsasalita, kung hindi tayo makikipag-usap tungkol sa mga issues, hindi magiging pantay, at hindi makikita yung dalawang panig. So, we encourage that as long as nandun pa rin po ang respeto, nandun pa rin po yung mga issues at hindi po nagiging personal, we encourage that.
That's his choice, because he has the right to freedom of speech and expression. Although, we are hoping as well na bilang Pangulo ng Pilipinas, mas siguro mag-exercise siya ng konting restraint sa pagsalita sa publiko dahil hindi siya ordinaryong mamamayan. Ang kanyang mga sinasabi ay may impact sa mga tao at maaaring ito'y maka-impluwensya sa pag-iisip nila kung ano yung tingin nila sa nangyayari dito sa impeachment process. Masyado pa kasi maaga para husgahan natin si Chief Justice Corona. Sana ipaubaya natin sa impeachment court yung paglilitis at paghuhusga dito sa nasasakdal.
Meron po bang limitation?
Dagdagan ko lang, sir. Well, of course, we respect the opinion of the President. But hopefully, the process should also be respected. And we are all aware, we are well aware, lahat po tayo nandito, we know that in this process, there must be no shortcuts.
Ayun, pero meron po bang limitation dun sa right to free speech ni President Aquino? What about cases of hate speeches, for example, in the future?
Okay. Yung katanungan mo niya na ukol sa mga statements na gagawin ng ating Pangulo, again, i-reiterate namin yung aming posisyon that is entitled to his own personal observation and opinion. In the same manner, ang Chief Justice ay may kanyang deklarasyon at opinion. Huwag po nating masamain yun. In fact, makikita nyo na highlight lamang ang mga pahayag ng dalawang tao, ng dalawang public officer dito because matataas ang kanilang katungkulan. And ang mga statement nila ay tama, nakakapekto ng opinion ng mga nakikinig. So, ang masasabi natin dito siguro, we must be more discerning. Tayo na po, tayo mga mamamayan, kasi mahirap naman sabihin natin sa kanila, uy, tumigil ka po, or sa Chief Justice, tumigil ka po, o sa Pangulo, kasi po may sarili silang views on the matter. So siguro tama lang maging mapanuri tayo para maka-arrive tayo ng proper na conclusion. In fact, kung may dadagdag ko, hindi ko rin kasi sila masisising magbigay ng opinion sila magkabila. Si Chief Justice, for example, bago pa po magpasko ng 2011, bago ho mag-25, bugbog na ho yan sa periodiko, sa TV, sa radyo. Sa bawat araw na lang pong ginawa ng Diyos, pagbubuksan mo ang periodiko, alam mo pong nandun siya. Siguro, hindi na siya nagtataka pag gigising siya na meron na naman balita ukol sa kanya. Kwento, storya na nasa TV at nasa radyo. Siguro naman po kung makapag-react siya o magdeklara, ay hindi naman po siguro masama yun bilang tao. Kasi po tao, nakakaramdam din, siguro at some point, gusto ihinga rin, at the same time, yung buong pamilya niya po sakop na rin dito So siguro po yung naintindihan ko yung concern ninyo, tama po yun, na yung silang dalawa ay nagbibigay ng statements. Pero siguro sa atin naman, mga kababayan, maging mas mapanuri tayo to be able to discern kung anong dapat ang tanggapin natin.
Balik lang po ako dun sa bank document, sa leak bank document. May cite na rule si Senator Santiago kanina sa kanyang manifestation na parang kung hindi nila matuko yung source nung dokumento, parang sila na yung nagnakaw. Hindi po ba enough basis na yun para i-pursue nyo yung charges against Congressman Umali and Banal?
Alam niyo, tama po yun, no? Ngunit katulad nga po ng lagi namin inuulit dito, hindi pa ho sila tapos magpaliwanag. So far as Congressman Banal, hindi pa ho siya tapos magpaliwanag. Kay Congressman Umali naman po, tapos na. Ngunit tingnan pa ho natin sapagkat hindi pa naman tapos ang testimonya ng mga testigo ng PS Bank. Kasi makakapag-arrive lang naman ho tayo ng conclusion whether or not this was leaked or this was falsified pag natapos na po yung testimonya nila. But be that as it may, tama po, kami po naniniwala dun sa sinabi ni Senator Judge Miriam. In fact, kasama na po yan sa mga pagsusuri namin. And when we told you last Friday that we are really seriously considering the filing of criminal and all other charges against the perpetrators, no, we are really in that direction.
Karagdagan lang po ukol doon sa katanungan ninyo, no? Yung tinukoy ni ating Senator Judge Miriam. Yun po ay tinatawag na disputable presumption. Sa batas po, under Rule 131 ng Rules of Court, ang tawag po sa binanggit ng ating Senator Miriam is yung disputable presumption. Ano po bang ibig sabihin niyon? Hindi po ba binasa niya, sinabi niya kanina, ang taong nakitang humawak or huling may hawak ng nakaw ay siyang nagnakaw. Ang taong huling may hawak ng isang forged document ay siya ang nag-forge nito. Ano pong ibig sabihin niyang pinagsasabi nating disputable presumption? Ang ibig po sabihin nito, ang burden ay nasa kabila, nasa prosecution na paliwanag o i-dispute ang presumption na ito. Dapat po i-dispute nila na hindi po ganyan, hindi po kami gumawa ng forgery, hindi po kami nag-introduce niyan. Ang burden po ay sa kanila. Yan po ay kailangan nilang gawin. Pag hindi po nila naipaliwanag yan, the disputable presumption sticks. Tumatayo po yon.
Siguro gusto ko lang rin bigyan ng diin, isa pa sa mga diskusyon kanina na sinabi ni Senator Judge Miriam Defensor Santiago, na we really feel na mainit po at tama dito sa ating issue na ito, ay yung pag-inquire. Sapagkat malinaw po dun sa batas na ang isang tao o kahit sino mang taong gobyerno, pribadong tao, or government instrumentality, once that you inquire doon sa account without the written permission or consent of the depositor, you already violate yung Foreign Currency Deposit Act, no? So malinaw yan, linawin lang natin, no? So nasa sa atin na po ngayon, paano ho natin mauunawaan yung sitwasyon. Ngunit ito ho yung batas, ito yung naging interpretasyon ng batas, at ito yung mga facts na nilalatag sa atin ngayon, no? So pagkatapos ho ng lahat nito, din ho tayo ngayon magkaroon ng conclusion kung meron bang pagkakasala o wala. Kung may pagkakasala, kailangan ho natin ipursuyan. Kung wala naman hong pagkakasala, then usad na ho tayo. Doon na ho tayo sa next stage. Ano ho ba ang susunod na kailangan pag-usapan?
Okay po? Maraming salamat po.
Tawagin mo nga si Bing. Trial resumed. So, Majority Floor Leader, and I will request the Bank President.
Mr. President, yes.
Before we end by examination, I would like to ask
Joker.
the last question from the Bank President. During that audit that we were discussing by the Banco Central and AMLA on the PS Bank, including your Katipunan branch. You said that you submitted certain records bearing on the bank accounts of the respondent, Chief Justice Renato Corona, to this team of Banco Central and AMLA during their audit between the months of September and November of 2010. Can you please make an inventory for the court of the documents from the Philippine Savings Bank related to the bank accounts of the respondent, Chief Justice Renato Corona, that were submitted, shown, and examined by the audit team of Banco Central and AMLA, and also submit to us, if you recall, the names of the specific officials of Banco Central and AMLA who participated in that audit and who handled the bank records from your Katipunan branch of the accounts, bank accounts of the respondent Renato C. Corona. Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the meantime, I want you to get the record of your office, the genuine record of your office, from the Katipunan branch bearing the data purportedly contained in the document attached to the supplemental request for subpoena filed by the prosecution for purposes of comparison, with instruction that you block out all details regarding foreign currency deposits.
Yes, Your Honor, we have that today. And we are prepared.
Not your current record, but the one that you submitted for the examination of AMLA. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor, but if I may just clarify, Your Honor.
Yes.
There are transactions after that time that are already noted in this particular document.
Which particular document?
Because from the audit by the AMLA, that was about late 2010. There was, at least if I can recall, one other transaction that is included in our document, Your Honor.
In your document now?
That document now, because we update it every time.
Precisely, but we want both. The one you submitted to AMLA in that audit examination and your record now. Okay?
We will look at our records and provide it if we have them, Your Honor. That one.
I'm sure you must have it in your
Yes,
records. You film, you put in your computer all of this record, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Or maybe you have them in film, in microfilm.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. President.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, we would like to ask that Senator Joker Arroyo be recognized. Afterwards, Senator Rilon and then Senator Marcos.
I just want to emphasize that my instruction to the Philippine Savings Bank President is to safeguard the integrity and secrecy of foreign currency deposits, because that is covered by the TRO issued by the Supreme Court, which a majority of this court recognized. And all others not related to foreign currency deposits, and especially related to local currency deposits, where expressly impeachment is considered an exception, then bear it out in the records that we are requiring you to produce. Okay? So ordered. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before Senator Arroyo starts, we would just like to place on record the fact that we are already in receipt of PS Bank's compliance, submitting, among others, the logbooks containing information on who accessed the vault in years 2009 to 2011. We've distributed copies already, and other pertinent documents that we asked of them the last time around.
Would this logbook include records of those who accessed these records during the examination of the Bangko Sentral and AMLA?
The logbook
of the Katipunan branch.
The logbook, Your Honor, is a logbook of all entrances and exits from the vault. And if anyone did go to the vault from the Bangko Sentral or the AMLA, it would so indicate.
Okay, thank you. So, Majority Floor Leader.
Senator Estrada would like to ask an additional information on the logbook.
Regarding the logbook, I think the logbook that was submitted to the court was during the duration of 2009 up to 2011. May I request the bank president to submit the logbook from January of 2012 up to February 15. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you.
We will so submit, Your Honor.
Senator Arroyo, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Makati and Bicol.
Thank you, Mr. President. My presentation will be both manifestation and question, so that I will follow strictly the 2-minute rule. The manifestation should not be counted against my 2 minutes. I think it is very elating that the witness mentioned about AMLA. Because there is pending before the Senate and before the House amendments to AMLA precisely to relax more AMLA, the provisions, and to allow it more leeway. In fact, without even court intervention, they can inquire into the bank deposits. Now, that's pending before both the Senate and the House. Way back in 2003, when the original AMLA was enacted, the Senate divided the House whether we will relax the power to open bank deposits. And the vote was 12-8-1. That's why I brought my records. 12 senators voted not to relax the restrictions, namely Senators Angara, Aquino Oreta, Arroyo, Biason, Estrada, Hunasan, Lacson, Legarda, Osmeña John, Pimentel, Soto, and Villar. The principal reason why they voted against it was that the power that would be granted to AMLA might be used for political vendetta and persecution. The president then was President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. So it was not relaxed. Now, Mr. Garcia, you said that the AMLA went, or rather, inquired into the whatever about the record of Chief Justice Corona. What month was that, if you can recall?
If I can recall correctly, Your Honor, it started sometime September 2010 and ended sometime November 2010.
So almost 2 months.
That was the whole examination process,
Yes.
but the particular, I'm not certain.
But you said that this was the first time that AMLA made that kind of an examination. Is my recollection correct?
Well, this is the first time that I can recall that there were specific comments associated from the AMLA about the AMLA process.
All right. Did I hear you also correctly say that insofar as PEP, what's that, politically exposed persons?
Yes, Your Honor.
Insofar as that's concerned, it was only the only PEP inquired into was Chief Justice Corona.
No, Your Honor. There were other accounts also looked into, and one of the accounts was that of the Chief Justice.
I'm talking about PEP, not other accounts which do not involve PEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is yes?
There were other accounts that were reviewed about accounts that are classified as PEP.
As PEP?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, in other words, from September to November, there was an investigation that included Chief Justice Corona.
I don't know if it's an investigation, Your Honor, but it was an
An
inquiry.
inquiry.
Yes, sir.
An inquiry.
You
I
check-
raise this question because I find it very strange that as far back as September to November 2010, there was already an inquiry about Chief Justice Corona. Then followed by the impeachment, which is now being undertaken this moment. Then followed by the investigation by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. In short, 3 investigations have been conducted against the Chief Justice. Now, I raise this point, Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, that what we worry about is that if dossiers are already held by government agencies against us, even among the senators, we worry about that because at the moment we're acting as judges. What we do not know is that dossiers are also being gathered against us. So this is the impression that I gather from the testimony, which I would have to repeat. As of now, it's Chief Justice Corona, and then tomorrow it is one. If we offend Malacanang, if we do not follow Malacanang, they can proceed against us for the information gathered through AMLA. It's a disturbing thought. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The
Senator
gentleman-
Drilon, Mr. President, and then Senator Marcos, then Senator Gingona wishes to be right.
Proceed.
Mr. President, just like Senator Arroyo, I hope the timer does not count as part of my minutes by manifestations. Let's go to some other point first before we go back to this signature card. During the last hearing, you mentioned that there were 2 other accounts of Chief Justice Corona, and you promised to bring these accounts. Do you have these accounts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can you bring it before this court? Just for the record, these are peso accounts.
Yes, Your Honor, these are peso accounts.
Can you describe it to this court on the basis of your bank records?
On the basis of our records, Your Honor, there's a peso account under the name of Renato C. Corona with account number 08912-101-4573, a peso time deposit that was opened in April 3, 2008 for 800,000 pesos. And on the basis of the order of the court, we also stipulate that the closing date was October 2, 2008.
October 2, 2008.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any other? The second one.
The second account, Your Honor, account number 08910 100.
Can you do it slowly, please? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The account number is 08910 100 5094, also under the name of Renato Coronado Corona. It is a checking account that was opened in July 27, 2011.
July?
27, 2011, Your Honor.
Okay. How much was the opening balance?
For this account, Your Honor, it was opened without a particular balance because it is a checking account, and it is open for use of the client, actually, for deposits or withdrawals at any time.
Were there deposits made to that particular account?
Yes, there were. Your
How
Honor.
much?
May I refer to our records?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, may I approach my client to hand over the documents that he's referring to?
Go ahead.
There were three deposits by way of credit memos, which were basically transfers of maturities of other accounts to this current account on December 12, 2011, Your Honor. And shall I?
Please proceed. Continue.
The first credit was for the amount of 7,397,566.36. This was a transfer from a time deposit account to this account. Another amount was 12,988,951 pesos and 36 centavos, which is also a transfer from a time deposit account.
Okay.
And the last one actually was for the amount of 17,270,654 pesos and 97 centavos. So
This
was done on December 12, Your Honor.
So this was also a transfer from a credit memo, transferring this from
yes,
another
Your Honor.
account.
Yes, Your Honor.
So in other words, the the three accounts which were closed on December 12, 2011, were all deposited in 0891010005094.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is where the funds flowed, as you have mentioned in your previous testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This account of 800,000 is a completely new account which you have not previously testified on.
This is another account because the last subpoena that we received, Your Honor, was for us to disclose all accounts. So on that particular basis, we've disclosed this 800.
And on your oath, you have disclosed all the peso accounts.
For Renato C. Corona, Your Honor, yes.
Yes.
As an individual, yes, Your Honor.
Now, what about Renato C. Corona and Cristina Corona?
On the basis of the order of this court, last hearing, we have a disclosure to make on the basis of the order to disclose the accounts also of Cristina Corona, Your Honor.
Can you disclose it now?
Yes, Your Honor. On various opening dates, there is a total of 6 accounts opened on various opening dates in the name of Renato C. Corona or Maria Cristina Rocco Corona.
Please describe them.
For account number 08912-101-2666, the peso time deposit opened in August 9, 2007 with an opening balance of 66,674 pesos and 86 centavos.
All right.
The closing date was October 2, 2008.
Can you say that again? October 2?
2008, Your Honor.
Okay.
The next account, 089-121-012-713, also under the name of Renato C. Corona or Maria Cristina Rocco Corona, a peso time deposit opened on August 17, 2007 with an opening balance of 44,449 pesos and 85 centavos, which was closed on September 19, 2007. The third account, Your Honor, 089-121-012-882, also under the name of Renato C. Corona and or Maria Cristina Rocco Corona, was a peso time deposit opened on September 19, 2007 with an opening balance of 94,589 pesos and 59 centavos, and this was closed on September 18, 2008. The fourth account, Your Honor, with account number 089-121-020-133, under the name of Renato Coronado Corona or Maria Cristina Rocco Corona, or a third party which we were not ordered to disclose, is a peso time deposit with an opening date of March 4, 2010, with the amount of 7,280,000 pesos, which was subsequently closed on May 24, 2010.
Can you repeat that? I didn't get the account number. Can you repeat it?
The account number, Your Honor, is 089-121-020-133.
All right. And it's a peso time deposit opened on March 4, 2010?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the amount of the opening?
The amount is 7,280,000 pesos. And this was closed on May 24, 2010.
May 24. All right.
The fifth account is account number 089-111-019-584, also in the name of Renato C. Corona or Maria Cristina Corona. It is a peso savings account that was opened on September 12, 2007 with an opening balance of 50,000 pesos and was closed on February 27, 2008.
I'm sorry, February?
February 27, 2008, Your Honor. The last account, with account number 089-111-019-787, also under the name of Renato Corona or Maria Cristina Corona, was also a peso savings account which was opened on October 30, 2007 with an opening balance of 50,000 pesos, but was closed on October 2, 2008.
October
2, 2008, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah. Mr. President, can I have a copy of the original signature card which the witness has brought before this court? Can we have an opportunity to examine it?
If the President has it, let
We have it, Your Honor.
let the gentleman from Iloilo look at it, subject to the condition that the foreign currency accounts are blocked.
Your Honor, may be allowed to address the chair.
Yes.
Your Honor, this is pursuant to the instructions of the court. Since this is an original card, and the tape may, by handling may be removed or may be damaged, or we are presenting it, Your Honor, but as well also with certified true copies. If we can just request that PS Bank can be assured about the handling. So if it is possible that we present both the original and the certified true copy be compared by the Senate or the impeachment court staff, just to ensure the integrity and that there will be no damage done to the card, Your Honor.
Will that be amenable to the gentleman from Iloilo?
Certainly, Your Honor. That's a reasonable request.
Let the clerk of court perform the requested treatment of the document.
Senator Drilon, the original presented by PS Bank is a faithful, the photocopy presented by, the certified true copy presented by PS Bank is a faithful reproduction of the original. And I will be handing to you the certified true copy.
All right, we'll accept that, Your Honor.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Drilon.
Gentleman from...
it's connected to this. Can we also be given...
from Ms. Hamsur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the senator judges be given the opportunity also to look at the original? But we will return it. Tignan din namin.
Your judges, you have a right to look at it. It's not being offered for... it's not being offered yet for... evidence, but...
Oh, naka-plastic naman eh. Samahan ko lang siya.
Thank you.
The accounts now being examined, Your Honor, is being televised already. And in all probability, this will go into the press conference this afternoon, Your Honor.
I ask the members of the media to please not expose this document.
So we wanted, because definitely they will touch on this in the press conference, even during this trial, Your Honor, and more so after the trial this afternoon.
May I request all participants in this trial to observe the rules of this court regarding exposure of an offered document, which are going to be offered as evidence for the parties. Otherwise, we will be compelled to exercise disciplinary action. So,
what? I'm happy with. Can we ask for a 1-minute suspension so our other colleagues can look at the document, Your Honor?
yes, but
It seems that they are through already, Your Honor.
may I request that this is not exposed to any but the members of the court,
Yes.
so that we will maintain fairness and impartiality to the respondent. There is a point where we will make a judgment to judge him, but I think fairness suggests that we must be very circumspect in exposing unoffered evidence to other people other than those who will make the judgment.
Okay, so can we ask questions now, sir? Can we proceed to the questions?
Yes, proceed.
Now, Mr. Garcia, we were presented here with a certified true copy of annex of a signature card of Renato C. Corona. This is Renato Corona. And we compared this with Annex A of the which was attached as the document to the supplemental request for subpoena of the prosecution. You previously mentioned, in response to the questions of the Senate President, that the question of the Senate President that the Annex A is the signature card of Corona, you said you believe so. You confirm that?
That the Annex A is the signature card, Your Honor?
Yes? No?
No, Your Honor, I do not confirm that.
All right. But the photocopy of the original that you just handed to me, you would confirm that they, compared to Annex A, they would resemble each other?
No, Your Honor. In terms of form, yes, the form is similar, but there are significant differences.
What are these differences?
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
First of all, when you photocopy an original document, there's nothing in the photocopy that will show up that is not in the original.
Yes. Is it all right?
In the differences, Your Honor, the year of the date indicated that the uppermost right box of the original is clear 2008 in the bank's original document. Compared to the Annex A, which is a blurred last digit, that appears to be either a 6 or an 8, with appearance that indicates that the digits may be superimposed. The numbers in the box indicating customer number 334346 are thicker and clearer in the bank's original document compared to the Annex A, which has blurred digits wherein the second digit appears to be either 5 or 3. with appearance that indicates that the digits may be superimposed. The capitalized hand-printed account name in the second uppermost leftmost box, Corona Renato Coronado, in our original document has no underline compared to Annex A, which is underlined.
Okay.
The box portion of the specimen signature in the bank's original document has no marking of the letters PEP
Okay.
without any highlight shade compared to the annex, which has a PEP mark highlighted or shaded. There are pre-numbering for lines where specimen signatures should be written, and these numbers are 1, 2, and 3. At the box portion of the specimen signature in the bank's original document, when compared to Annex A has no such numbers, 1, 2, or 3.
Huh? There are numbers. There are numbers, 1, 2, and 3.
That is if we photocopy our original, Your Honor. But if you refer to Annex A, which was part of this, there are no numbers.
There are numbers. I can see it.
I think
Annex A.
the document I think you're referring to is the photocopy that we have provided to you.
No, no, no. I'm looking at Annex A. It has 1, 2, and 3.
It is not.
Annex A. And what you submitted to this court also has 1, 2, and 3.
May I approach, Your Honor, to point it out?
It's blurred, but clearly there is in Annex A 1, 2, and 3.
But if you will compare it, Your Honor, to the certified true copy that we have provided of a photocopy of the original, it is very, very clear, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, except for that one is clear, one is not very clear. There is 1, 2, and 3 numbers.
It's not apparent in the Annex A that we see, Your Honor.
I can see it from my copy.
Well, probably, maybe...
Anyway.
Yes. If I may go on, Your Honor.
Please.
There are lines that correspond to the pre-numbering beside the numbers 1, 2, and 3 in the box portion of the specimen signature in the bank's original document. But compared to the Annex A has no such lines that correspond to the pre-numbering. The three specimen signatures in the bank's original document are written with a fluid stroke, indicating a spontaneous and natural execution, and they are likewise thicker, indicating use of a sign pen. Compared to the Annex A, where each of the 3 signatures has visible tremors, indicating inconsistent pressure and possible tracing, and the lines are thinner, indicating a use of a ballpoint.
These are your conclusions. You are not a handwriting expert.
You are not. But this is the reason why we are.
Yes, yes.
And it can be submitted for separate analysis.
All right. Mr. Witness. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we have 42 points of differences that we would like to submit to the court for your...
Yeah. Okay. Submit that to the court. Now, it is possible. Okay. I also noticed that there are a number of signatures on the transaction on the document that you submitted, but it's possible that these transactions were entered after Annex A was Xeroxed.
I honestly do not know how Annex A was Xeroxed and at what time.
Right, but you said that they were updated, that this signature card was updated from time to time.
There is, yes, Your Honor, there is a transaction indicated in our card sometime in June 2011, which does not appear in Annex A.
Yeah.
And there are signatures of other officers that are in our document, which are likewise not in Annex A.
Because they could have been entered in different times. That's possible.
I would not want to speculate, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, let's go to the signatures. On time deposit, peso time deposit ending 358, the approving officer is Maria Cecilia Sumia. Is that correct?
This is January 26, Your Honor.
That's correct.
We are submitting actually to the court certifications on
Yes,
the
you have
signatures
submitted. You have submitted to the court, and
Yes,
that's
sir.
what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir.
The signature appearing on the opposite account number 358 is Maria Cecilia Samia, under your on the basis of documents you submitted.
Similar, but we note different. Even on the stroke, you know.
You are no
endings,
handwriting expert.
Well,
Can you just say
yes.
if it is similar, it's completely different?
It's similar, Your Honor.
All right. Similarly, the authorized closing officer for account number ending 358, the peso account, is Susan D. Cualteras, or Cualteros, as you have submitted. And the signature appearing on the column approved by, after the date closed on account number ending 358, and the signature that you have, specimen signature submitted, would be similar.
Your Honor, please.
Can I ask for a 2 minutes extension?
Your Honor.
Yes, please.
May I, from time to time, approach my client when documents are referred to, so I can just assist him in pointing them out?
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So the signature of Susan D. Cualteros appearing in Annex A, and that specimen signature you submitted would be similar.
Similar, Your Honor.
Hmm?
Similar, Your Honor.
Similar. All right. In the peso account ending 593, the signature of Mary Grace Dizon Munoz, the approving account officer, appearing in Annex A and in the compliance you submitted, would be similar.
It seems different, Your Honor.
What's the difference? I can see it well. Oh, anyway, in your view, it is different. In my view, it's almost the same. In any case, let's go to the next. Account number 444, or I repeat that, the last 4 digits is 1444. Susan Cualteros is a signature that appears across this account. There is in Annex A, and also in what you have submitted. They appear to be similar. Is that a correct observation?
That they appear to be similar, Your Honor.
All right. And in many respects, Annex A and what you just submitted would have similarities
As far as information, Your Honor.
as far as information.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this information can only come from your bank.
Not necessarily, Your Honor.
Where
Because
else could it come from?
this information, for example, is the address of Mr. Corona, where he is at, which is the Supreme Court of the Philippines, the company address, which is Padre Faura, Manila, the name of his spouse, his birth date, his place of birth, his civil status. The account numbers indicated are correct.
What?
The account numbers are similar, the same.
The account numbers are the same.
The same.
And it could only, and these are the same as appearing in your bank records.
Yes, Your Honor. They are the same as appearing in the bank.
In fact, in your bank records is also a passport of Renato C. Corona.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the number appearing here in Annex A is an exact copy of the passport number appearing in your files.
I am sorry, Your Honor, but I have not personally checked those numbers. A week we will verify them.
Now, when you were making comparisons earlier, you appeared to be reading from a prepared document. What document is that?
This document is a summary of
Okay. I think that will be all for the witness. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this time.
Senator Marcos, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Ilocos Norte.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to direct my questions to Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, mabalikan lang natin ng konti yung audit ng BSP at saka ng AMLA. Am I right in understanding from your previous testimony, Mr. Garcia, that the BSP audit team does not look into personal accounts?
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, they do not take deposit samples.
Yes, Your Honor. They do not.
Only the AMLA audit team does that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, the question is whether or not the AMLA audit team or examiner is allowed to photocopy, reproduce, fax, whatever, documents or records of the deposit samples that they looked at.
I do not have personal knowledge of that, but they are authorized by law to look into it.
To look, but they do not. Are they allowed to take photocopies?
As part of an audit process, it is oftentimes necessary for them to get copies of this. And based on our examination report, we did check that documents were provided to them.
So they did, in fact, make copies, photocopies of deposit samples during their 2010.
We provided to them as required, Your Honor.
So kayo nang nagkopya, tapos yung hiningi nila, kayong nagkopya at binigay nyo ngayon dun sa AMLA examiners.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what happened. Okay. Pagkatapos nung kanilang audit, nung kanilang examination, binigay ba sa inyo yung resulta nung kanilang audit? kung may problema, kung maayos naman. Did they at any point come back to you? You said they finished around November 2010. Pagkatapos nila natapos, they examined all the documents, binalikan bang bangko para sabihin, wag na kayong mag-alala at mukhang namang maayos. Or the opposite, mukhang may problema tayo dito. Did they ever give you an inkling or give you an indication as to what was the result of their examination?
Yes, they did, Your Honor. They came back and indicated to us that our signature cards did not have the notation PEP.
So, as a result of their examination, the only conclusion that they arrived at that was a problem or that needed fixing or that needed your attention was the fact that PEP, the designation PEP, was not included in the signature card.
Yes, Your Honor, because they during the review, they check on whether the bank does follow the AMLA process, which is either reporting on 500,000 and up or disclassification.
So should there have been a violation, they would have told you that as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can assume that the fact that they only talked about the lack of the PEP designation in the signature card means that that was the only remarkable thing as far as that they found as far as their examination was concerned.
As far as I can recall, Your
Okay.
Honor.
With the permission of the gentleman from Ilocos Norte. In other words, the original did not contain the marking PEP,
Yes, Your Honor.
but this annex document now contains that marking PEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
How can you explain why your original does not have a PEP and the Annex A contains a PEP?
Your Honor, we do not.
Who would have placed that if your bank did not place it?
Your Honor, we do not know the source of this annex documents, Your Honor. We cannot comment. We don't know, Your Honor.
But the only one who had a copy of your original submission to the audit team of Banco Central and AMLA is the audit team, which I assume that the one you submitted did not contain PEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then, who else would be the source of a document that would be altered to contain the word PEP?
I don't really know, Your Honor.
Heaven? Hell? Or where?
Perhaps the source or the small lady could probably answer that question better, Your Honor.
Which
because we
one?
don't.
Which one? The little lady?
Well, I understand that these documents that were submitted came from a lady, so she would probably know the source of the documents.
Not just a lady. It was notified as a little lady. So, thank you, Senator Marcos.
Mr. Garcia, I also note in the original or the copy of the original signature card that you gave us, walang PEP ang nakalagay. Doon sa signature box.
Yes,
walang nakalagay na PEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, the Annex A has the PEP, and it has even been highlighted, and that is not the bank's notation.
No, Your Honor.
I just want to
Thank
ask,
you. That is all, actually, Mr. President.
I just want to
Thank
ask
you
this
very much.
question. If the examination was intended to deal with PEP marked accounts, and in your original document of the respondent, Chief Justice Corona, did not contain that PEP, how come that, if you know that Banco Central and AMLA included him in the examination in September up to November of 2010 if indeed there was no PEP in your original document? And how come that later on in the Annex A, that signal or PEP, politically exposed person, is imprinted in the Annex A of the supplemental request for subpoena?
I don't know, Your Honor.
All right. Anyway.
Senator Gingona, Mr. President.
Senator Gingona.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Garcia, good afternoon. Sinabi po ninyo na ang nag-audit, AMLAC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you be very, very sure? Because I think, are you sure that it is the AMLAC that audited you? Remember, you can verify this by just a phone call at your branch. Can you tell me categorically that it was the anti-money laundering, the AMLAC, that was auditing you?
Well, I can just recall from the examination findings, and I can tell you this: the Banco Central does not really look at deposits.
No. My question. That's not my question about the Banco Central.
Yes.
Ang tinatanong ko lang, are you very sure it was the AMLAC that audited your bank? And I would like to say that sana you verify this muna before you answer. Just a quick call, you could verify from the people who actually face those people who audited your bank.
We can do that, Your Honor.
When can you give that answer to us?
We can certify that.
Can you give it in a few minutes? Can you call?
As far as we can determine, it was a regular BSP audit, but AMLA was included.
AMLA was included.
Yes,
You're
Your
very categorical about that.
That's as far as we can from our documents, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Osmeña, Mr. President, and then Senator Legarda.
The gentleman from Cebu, Senator Osmeña.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon.
At the previous hearing, you said that you would tell us or inform us of the tenor of that 17 million deposit, which was opened in June 2011 and closed on December 12. But what was the original tenor on that? The length of time for the time deposit?
Your Honor, if I may, I'll just refer to our documents.
Yes, please.
And may I likewise approach? Your Honor.
Proceed. You may approach your witness, not your witness, your client, anytime, considering the sensitivity of the matter under discussion.
Your Honor, you're referring to the account number with the ending digits 3848.
That's correct.
The amount is 17 million. This was originally transacted in June 29, 2011. This was subsequently renewed. The last renewal was done on December 2, 2011, for at that time for a tenor of 31 days with an original maturity date of January 2, 2012. This particular account was paid out on December 12, 2011.
So therefore, would you what type of penalty would the depositor have to pay?
I
Would
believe...
there be a reduction in the
Yes, Your Honor, because
interest?
it's a pre-termination of the
pre-termination
original term.
charge?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Does the bank have any accounts in the name of Cristina Corona alone?
I think we reported earlier all of the accounts under the name of Cristina Corona. We do not have any record of any account under her name alone.
Thank you. If a customer were to walk into PS Bank and gave PS Bank 10 million pesos and asked PS Bank to buy ROPs on his behalf, would PS Bank refer him to Metrobank?
Well, yes, Your Honor, if such an inquiry is made.
And would you receive a referral fee from Metrobank for?
No, Your Honor.
You mean Metrobank will not pay you anything for that referral?
No, Your Honor. We just let them know that we do not engage in those kind of transactions, but of course...
But of course you know the rules. You
We
know
do.
how it works, no? Since you're going to be the next president of Metrobank, you know already how these things go.
Your Honor, I have publicly stated that if ever offered a position, I will decline it, Your Honor.
But the mere fact that they would be thinking of offering it to you means they know you're qualified to be president of Metrobank.
I cannot speak for them, Your Honor.
All right. Now, tell me something. If Metrobank, this is hypothetical, but you're qualified to answer this. If Metrobank were to take an order from a customer and buy ROPs or dollar-denominated Philippine government bonds, would this be booked as a liability by the bank, or it would be an off-balance sheet item?
It would be an off-balance sheet item.
Right. So this would not be a deposit?
It would not be a deposit unless the transaction was deposited into an FCDU account from which the purchase is made.
But how could you book? So an FCDU account may be maintained and the bank instructed to use the dollars to buy ROPs.
It's possible, Your Honor.
It's probable.
It's possible, yes.
It's probable. In other words, it is done.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, because I cannot speak for other banks, but I know that it's done.
All right. Now, if the FCDU deposits are used to buy bonds, would the bonds then be used to secure the FCDU deposit? Because you're going to need 100% dollar cover, right?
The bonds, Your Honor, would not be registered and assets of the bank, and therefore will not be eligible for that. Because
but under the FCDU law, you're supposed to have 100% cover for any FCDU deposit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how could you have an off-balance sheet item covering for a balance sheet item? In other words, this would be a liability of the bank if it is an FCDU.
If it is for the account of the customer, Your Honor, then it would become an off-balance sheet item because technically the customer actually owns the bond.
That is correct.
Like PS Bank, we have dollar deposits. We buy ROP bonds.
But the moment it's removed from the dollar deposit, it does not anymore become a liability of the bank. In other words, it would not even be covered by PDIC.
Are we speaking for a customer transaction, Your Honor?
I'm talking about a customer who opened an FCDU account and asked you to use the dollars in his FCDU to buy ROPs.
The dollar deposit account will be withdrawn, in which case the funds will be used to purchase.
It's closed. It ceases to be a liability of the bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, it is not a deposit any longer.
No longer a deposit.
All right. So therefore, any such ROP account, how would you call that? What would the bank call that account? It's not an FCDU. What would you call the account?
I cannot categorically state, Your Honor, because we do not engage in those transactions for customer accounts. For PS Bank, we only buy ROPs for the account of the bank. Probably other banks do those kind of transactions, Your Honor.
Yes, other banks do, and
Yes,
Metro
Your Honor.
Bank does, right?
Yes, Your Honor, but I cannot really speak for what their practice is.
But definitely, it's not covered by PDIC, so it's not a liability any longer of the bank.
Once the purchase is made, the deposit goes down. It's no longer a liability, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia.
Would they be transferred to your trust account?
The dollar deposit, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, if
For management purposes.
the trust department engages in dollar transactions, it's possible, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Senator Legarda, Mr. President, before the defense seeking the recognition, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. The intention of my questions, Mr. Garcia, is simply to wrap up and to summarize the more than 4 hours interpellations. To be very simple, you don't even have to consult your lawyer. You said in your testimony that in September to November 2010, both AMLA and the BSP were conducting an internal audit of your bank, which is PS Bank. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes. You also said that politically exposed persons, and you defined what PEPs are, did you do that, were part of this investigation in the 2 months of 2010, which included Chief Justice Corona. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It was not the only account looked in. There were
It was not the only account. There were other so-called PEPs.
Yes, Your
Just
Honor.
for the record, very briefly, could you define what a PEP is?
A PEP is a politically exposed person. Under the AMLA rules,
Yes.
we are required to classify those that hold, that are elected officials and high appointed officials as politically exposed persons.
Yes, yes. Thank you. You defined that earlier. I just wanted to be clarified. So in those 2 months of September, October, November of 2010, the routine internal audit of the BSP and the AMLA jointly were doing that internal audit of PS Bank, which included an investigation into PEPs who had deposits in PS Bank, including the account of Chief Justice Corona, but not the only account. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, but the inquiry is done by an AMLA, not
By
not
the AMLA.
not
The BSP did not inquire into the Corona account, but
No, Your
AMLA
Honor.
did that.
No, no.
Was it customary in the annual internal audit that the AMLA would be jointly investigating with the BSP?
I think the AMLA under the law is allowed to deputize the BSP.
Yes.
Yes.
If there is a court order. Was there a court order when the investigation of the AMLA from September, October, and November of 2010 was conducted in PS Bank?
I don't believe we have such a court order, Your Honor.
Oh, so you allow the investigation, the joint investigation between BSP and AMLA, even in the absence of a court order?
I cannot be certain about that, Your Honor.
That's
We have
okay.
to-
And you said there were other PAPs who were being investigated apart from CJ Corona. Are you at liberty to tell us who were the other politically exposed persons who were being investigated?
I don't recall their names right now, Your Honor, but there were a few of them, some of them.
And you also mentioned in your earlier testimony that photocopies of Chief Justice Corona's accounts and or the signature cards were given to both the BSP and AMLA. Am I correct?
As far as our the records of our examination, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yes. And I think the Senate President, the presiding officer, requested already AMLA to submit what you just mentioned, the signature cards. Based on the differences that we see from Annex A and the documents which came from your bank, there are clearly differences, which you cited earlier.
Very clearly and quite
Yes,
a
there are
number.
differences, quite a number, yes. On the signatures, Annex A, just for the record, came from the prosecution, but it had the same number of accounts and the same account numbers as those on the original document, which the photocopy of which I am holding now.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. The name of the account is the same. The address, which you said can be accessed publicly based on any public record. However, the information, the account numbers, and the signatures of your staff who did their signatures beside the account numbers are the same personnel, right?
Similar, Your Honor.
Similar. No, the same names, similar signatures, but there are modifications.
We believe so, Your Honor.
Alterations. However, is the information on the account numbers accurate?
It is accurate, Your Honor.
Is there any one number in any account number that is different?
Not that we have noted, Your Honor.
So the only differences would be signatures and what is very clear as a very blatant, obvious difference would be the PEP or the PEP.
Yes, Your Honor. The pen used is thicker, and our records in the Annex A is thinner. Even the presentation of the account numbers is slightly different. If it will be submitted to our technical analysis, it would show that it is different. The presentation, there's slight differences as to the what is this? From one point to the other.
Yes, apart from that, the word PEP is not in the PS Bank document, but is in the Annex A document.
That
is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's a very glaring difference.
There is no PEP in what I'm holding. But the Annex A, okay, sa taas wala, yes. In the Annex A document, there is a PEP on top, and there is no PEP in the document, photocopy at least, given to me by your legal counsel from the bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
There is a marked difference. Could it be possible, Mr. Garcia, that the source of Annex A could still have come from your bank? However, there were alterations or modifications made because probably both the BSP and the AMLA were studying this document, since you said the AMLA was involved in the investigation. In short, because you gave photocopies to both BSP and AMLA based on their own investigations, they were doing notes, and they could have had those modifications. They could have written on those documents.
If we get a photocopy of the original, Your Honor, there are items that are in the photocopy that are not in the original. And so what we're saying actually, with these, the other items that we have indicated, even the signatures, what we're saying is this particular Annex A cannot be a photocopy of the document that we hold.
You're saying that Annex A cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, be a photocopy of your document, or could it possibly be that it is a photocopy of a document which was based on the source document, which is from the bank, but with modifications because the people who had custody of that document were studying it and did notes, adding PEP, adding underlines, and having signatures?
The only thing that we can declare, Your Honor, it is not a photocopy of our document. And
it is clearly not a photocopy because it had a PEP on top and yours did not have.
Yes.
And that is not my question. My only question is, of course, when you have an original document which is photocopied and I write on the photocopied document, it will not be a photocopy of the original because I already put notes and modifications on that. So it is not a faithful reproduction of the original, but it is still a reproduction initially, but I put notes because I was studying that document. All I'm saying that, is there a possibility that the source document still could have come from your bank, not a leak, but because you gave the BSP and the AMLA a copy of the original document, they had it, they were studying it, and therefore there were modifications. But the account numbers are accurate, and those accounts actually exist and have been testified on.
I cannot answer that, Your Honor, because we can only look at the original documents. What our possibilities actually are just, we do not want to speculate on how this Annex A was completed or anything of that sort. We're just saying actually that the Annex A is not a photocopy of our document. As a matter of fact, I personally find strange that there are certain things in the Annex A which are different from the photocopy. Like, for example, in our document, Manila is MLA. In the photocopy, there are periods between M, L, and A. In our original document and a photocopy of our document, you will see very clearly Filipino being FIL. In this Annex A, it looks like it's FII.
Yes.
So,
there are many differences.
There's so significant number of
May I know whether the presiding officer on the impeachment court had requested you to submit a memo on all the differences between Annex A and your photocopied document, and your original document?
We were not specifically requested to, but we would be prepared to.
With the permission of my colleagues in the impeachment court and the presiding officer, everything that he is saying now, apart from the fact that he testified on that, so that it is clear, could you give us a matrix on the differences between the bank document and Annex A? Was given to BSP and AMLA and modified because of studies being and investigations being conducted, but of course you are not competent to say that.
The gentleman from Pampanga.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few questions, very quick questions to the witness. Mr. President, Mr. Witness, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I noticed in the certified true copy of the document that you submitted, there is a stamp mark closed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does it mean that all the peso accounts have been closed? All the accounts have been closed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, all yes. We cannot touch on the dollar accounts, but it's... on the issue of earlier, Mr. President, Mr. Witness, sorry, there is a Renato C. Corona and Maria Cristina Corona accounts. There were 6. Just on the account, 2 accounts, 089121020133, opening March 4, 2010, 7,280,000, and then it was closed on May 24, 2010. Would you have the data as to the closing amount in 2010, May 24? closing balance?
The closing balance at the time was 7,332,505 pesos and 16 centavos, Your Honor.
And on the 089-121-012-882, September 19, 2007, and closed in 2008 September, 1 year later.
The closing balance at the time of closure was 98,373 pesos and 17 centavos, Your Honor.
And, well, no other questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Who else?
Mr. President, may we move on by
I think the gentleman from Cavite was raising his hand.
No, Mr. President, I don't wish to belabor this issue. We should move on to the next witness.
Yeah, but there was a cross-examination reserved by the defense, Mr. President. May we
All
allow
right. The defense may now proceed with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. But before proceeding with my cross-examination, Your Honor, may I be permitted to make a short manifestation, Your Honor? With the kind indulgence of this Honorable. This morning, a news item appeared in a daily, Your Honor, which states that the prosecution has established beyond reasonable doubt their charges in the impeachment complaint, Your Honor. If that news is read by a member of the bar or a lawyer for that matter, then he will not immediately accept the truth of that assertion. But if it goes into the hands of somebody who had not taken up law, it may appear to be credible, and it may blacken the real situation obtaining before this impeachment court. Why? Because the basis of the pronouncement is allegedly because there were bank accounts that were ordered opened, they were marked, but they were never yet presented in evidence, much less admitted by this honorable court. In short, when we refer to documentary exhibits, Your Honor, or evidence, it must first be identified, then marked, and then finally offered. And the adverse party is given the opportunity to admit or to object to the admission thereof. If it is admitted, then it shall be considered evidence in the case. But if it is not, and it is rejected, it will then attain only its statute as a mere piece of paper, Your Honor. It is along those lines that we made this manifestation in order to correct that information or that news which had no truth whatsoever, Your Honor.
Well, we let the manifestation of the gentleman stand to the record.
Now, may I now proceed with my cross-examination, Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, I heard... Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. I heard you state in the examination conducted a while ago that the AMLA authorities can just conduct investigation at their own will and volition. Is that an accurate assessment of your statement?
Not accurate, Your Honor, in the sense that by law they are authorized to. The AMLA law, Your Honor.
There is no question about their being authorized. But is that all? I understand that there is a necessity for a court order for them to conduct investigation pursuant to law. And I am referring to Section 11 of the AMLA law, which for purposes of clarity may I be allowed to read into the record, Your Honor. Notwithstanding the provisions of Republic Act number 1405 as amended, Republic Act number 6426 as amended, Republic Act number 8791 and other laws, the AMLA may inquire or examine any particular deposit or investment with any banking institution or non-bank financial institution upon order of a competent court in cases of violation of this act when it has been established that there is probable cause that the deposits or investments are related to any activity defined in Section 3 thereof or money laundering offense. So the way I understood it, there is a necessity for a court order allowing the AMLA authorities to conduct an investigation of the deposit of a certain individual.
And what Section 3 of...
Section 11, Your Honor.
Section 3. Is it Section...
Section 3, Your Honor, are the exceptions.
Are the exceptions?
Yes, and they are in cases of kidnapping with ransom, in cases of violation of the anti-drug law, Your Honor, and in other crimes considered as offenses wherein, notwithstanding the fact that there may be no court order, the examination or investigation may be conducted by the AMLA authorities, Your
Those
Honor.
are the so-called predicate crimes.
Right, Your Honor.
All right.
If it is a formal investigation, sir, I believe so, yes.
So you agree with me that insofar as formal investigation is concerned, a court authority is necessary?
Well, it's in the
That's what the law
investigation
provides.
of the balances of the account, etc., yes, Your Honor.
All right. And in this particular instance, was there any court order?
I cannot recall, Your Honor, but in this particular instance, what I can say is that there were no inquiries on balances. It is just the process of the bank, whether we were classifying the accounts properly.
I thought investigation conducted by AMLA had something to do with ill-gotten wealth or violation of the anti-graft law. Is it not?
Personally, Your Honor, this did not appear to be an investigation. It was just an audit of the process.
So it was a casual audit, you mean?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the idea or the purpose is not to determine whether the respondent Chief Justice had committed any violation of the...
No, Your Honor.
I see. That
It's
is very
just a
clear.
process whether we had tagged the account as PEP.
That is very clear to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
It was a routine examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
It can happen to anyone whose examination, whose deposit may be the object of a casual examination.
No, not the deposit per se, Your Honor, because no balances, no information is provided. It is just that, the specimen signature card, has it been, properly classified? Are transactions properly classified?
Now, in investigation or inquiry of this sort, is there a necessity for notifying or informing the person affected, or whose accounts are being the object of examination or audit?
If it is an investigation, Your Honor, I believe that there being a court order, then the party involved might actually
Must be notified. In the cases that you mentioned, wherein it may be an ordinary casual audit, no notification is necessary.
It is a review of the process of the bank, not about the deposits of the client.
Yeah, but you are not answering my question. My question to you, in instances mentioned by you, wherein there is no court order, there is no necessity of notifying the bank depositor? Is that what you wanted to tell the court?
I believe so, Your Honor, because it's just it is just the process of the bank that's looked into.
All right. How about the bank officials? My understanding is the first authority of the bank to be notified is the bank branch manager, where the deposit is made. Am I right?
It's not the bank branch manager, Your Honor, because they will look at some accounts, some sampled accounts. So it could be in different branches.
Now, in this particular case, where the amount involved is allegedly deposits in the Katipunan branch, you mean there is no necessity of notifying the highest official of that branch of the casual examination being conducted?
They did not go to the branch as far as we could determine, Your Honor, based even on the logbooks that we have. It was just an inquiry in the process at the head offices.
Now, your knowledge of this alleged investigation is through information only by the members of your bank.
I would not classify it as an investigation, Your Honor. It was just a routine audit
I see.
of the process.
So there is no report formal at that which was prepared?
There was, as far as that we had not classified the specimen signature card as a PEP.
Do you have a copy of that report?
Well, by the way, with the permission of the Defense Counsel, how many branches of PS Bank were involved in this routine examination?
I would estimate just a couple, Your Honor, because the number of accounts covered were not many. There were quite... we have 201 branches, Your Honor.
When you say couple, which branches?
I cannot reply to that, Your Honor, because I will need to verify our records and provided.
Can you inform the court?
Yes, Your Honor, we can.
Thank you. Proceed, Counsel.
All right. Now, this AMLA that you were referring to all through your direct examination is housed at Malacanang under the office of the President?
No, Your Honor. As far as I know, the AMLA the AMLA committee actually is comprised of three independent, and the AMLA officers are probably
the SEC chairman,
the
Who else?
SEC chairman, the chairman of the Insurance Commission,
Yes.
and the governor of the Bangko Sentral.
Now, under our governmental setup, it is an executive office because it is not legislative, neither is it judicial. Am I
I'm not
right?
competent to answer that, Your Honor. I really don't know.
But considering the functions that are known to you, is it a judicial body?
I'm not competent to answer
Is
that.
it
Your
a
Honor.
legislative body?
I certainly am not competent to answer that right now, Your Honor.
I see. Now, when you say you're not competent, is it because you have not gone deeper?
Yes, Your Honor.
I see. Now, if, as you stated, passing upon the ordinary examination rather was made of the accounts of the Chief Justice, were there other officials whose account were casually examined also as his in the inquiry that you mentioned?
I cannot say that right now, Your Honor, because I will have to verify versus the records.
Yeah, because you do not know them, you do not know that fact personally, but it was only on the basis of reports submitted or made to you. That's correct?
I have seen the list of names. I think there were about just a few. I do not recall that there was any, for that matter, someone in this court included in that.
Yes, but are they ordinary? Are they ordinary individuals, or they are people belonging to high class in society?
They would have to be politically exposed.
I see.
Elected
And Justice
or-
Corona is
I believe yes, sir.
per your classification or per designation by the executive branch of the government?
By the classification that we are required to do under the AMLA, Your Honor.
I see. Now, you mentioned about covered by the documents you identified. My understanding is you have no participation whatsoever in connection with said deposits.
None whatsoever, Your Honor.
And your knowledge is based solely on the documents existing in your bank. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, who was the branch manager of your Katipunan branch?
There would have been different branch managers. Ms. Chongson assumed the stewardship of the branch, I think, sometime in 2010, if I'm not mistaken. But there were
2010
others
up to
before.
later. Prior
Yes,
to that, you
there
do
were
not
others,
recall
sir.
who was the branch manager of that branch?
There were other branch managers.
Do you know the persons responsible for making entries into documents similarly identified?
They would have been branch officers or branch.
But you do not know them personally?
No, Your Honor.
You have never been with them in the exercise of their functions?
Actually, in the functions, in this particular case, no, Your Honor.
So you have no enough basis to state whether the entries made in the documents you mentioned were correct entries made by them, because you do not even know them.
Well, as far as the entries that they wrote down, I would not have been able.
And you would not know either whether they were accurate entries made in those documents.
No, only they can speak.
So your only knowledge with respect to this is in the document.
Yes, Your Honor.
You
Well,
by whom and when? Will you be able to tell the Honorable Court?
No, Your Honor.
I see. So all your information is solely on the basis of what appears.
Documents in our records, Your Honor.
Yes. And you cannot vouch for the accuracy and truthfulness of all those statements.
Well, as far as the balances that we have provided and the other information, I can vouch for what we have certified to this court.
No, I'm not asking about your certification, about what your personnel entered into those documents.
No, Your Honor. They would have.
Question?
May the
Gentleman from Bukidnon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Garcia, you said that it was an audit by the AMLA. But Mr. Garcia, are you aware that AMLA does not do regular audits on banks? It does not. It only visits a bank, number one, upon a court order, number two, upon existence of a predicate crime. You mean PS Bank is regularly audited by the AMLA?
Only as far as I know, Your Honor, it's only at this particular...
Mr. Garcia, you are under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, please
Yes, Your Honor.
let the witness answer before
as far as I know and have reviewed, at least as far as the last examination is concerned, there were AMLA findings that were.
Mr. Garcia, in the AMLA law, there is a provision, or I think it's in the IRR, that the BSP is authorized to routinely audit banks just to ensure that they are complying with the AMLA laws.
Yes, sure.
For example, the reportorial requirements. And in those regular audits by the BSP, they have what they call an AMLA specialists.
Yes, sure.
Opo. And those AMLA specialists are members of the BSP and not members of the AMLAC. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
It's possible.
And so, is it possible that you are confused? That this is not upon the existence of a predicate crime, upon the existence of a court order. It is just a regular BSP audit, and it so happens there is what they call an AMLA specialist, just to make sure that the AMLA laws are being complied with.
That is precisely what was the case, Your Honor, and I responded earlier.
So ganun po.
It's just an audit of the process.
Of the Bangko Sentral and not the AMLAC.
I will have to verify from the records and the BSP whether it's can be classified that way, but it's within the Bangko Sentral audit.
Yes, I think an answer from you is very, very necessary because it does not make sense that the AMLAC will regularly audit banks. The BSP, yes, and as I said, there's somebody there who just makes sure that BSP, that banks, when they're audited, are complying with the AMLAC requirements.
They may be designated as a examiner for AMLA process.
Well, Mr. Garcia, during the break, I did call AMLA.
Okay.
And they categorically denied that they did audit you. So I'm just stating that.
Yes,
Let's
Your
not
Honor.
argue because
Thank
I'm
you,
just
Your Honor, for
stating
clarifying.
that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I would appreciate it very much if you talk to your compliance officer and really find out what's what. And when was the audit conducted, Mr. Garcia?
I think it's for the period September to November.
What year, sir?
2010, sir.
2010.
Yes, Your Honor.
2010. So that was more or less 1 year before the impeachment was filed.
A little more than a year. Yes,
1
Your
year
Honor.
ago. 1 year before the impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nung na-audit kayo ng BSP, wala pang usapang impeachment.
No.
I see. Tapos, Mr. Garcia, yung cards ninyo, ilan po ang original niyan? Yung pinakita niyo mga cards na may signatures?
There are two, Your Honor.
Dalawa lang?
Dalawa.
Some of my center judges are saying it's 3.
Oh, the owner, yes, the owner could maintain a copy of for his records, yes, but the bank would have 2.
2. So it's possible that 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's possible.
It's possible, but as far as the bank is concerned, we only maintain 2.
Okay. And are you sure you secured all those copies?
Well, we have provided, yes, Your Honor, we have provided our own account of everything that goes with the branch. You can see, just even from the use of the pen, it's different. This signature is so thick.
Okay, Mr. Garcia. I just wanted a yes or no.
Sorry, sir. No.
That's all right. It's all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. President, Senator Arroyo wishes to be recognized for a manifestation.
Gentleman from
And then Senator Marcos.
Makati and Bicol.
Mr. President, somebody just texted me, and which reads, Section 16 of Republic Act 9160, that is the AMLA law. This act shall not be used for political persecution or harassment, etc. That is in line with what I said, that I fear or am alarmed that the AMLA might be or is being used for political vendetta. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Ilocos Norte is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clear up. I got a little confused again between the examination of the BSP and the AMLA. Mr. Garcia, nung tinanong ko sa inyo na nag-report sa inyo ang AMLA examiner at ang kanyang report na may problema dahil walang designation na PEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung kay Chief Justice na signature card. Is that correct?
Yes, including some others.
Okay, yung BSP ba tumitingin ng signature card?
BSP audit per se, no, Your Honor.
So the only person who could see a BSP card, the signature card, is the AMLA examiner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore,
Designated.
the AMLA examiner clearly must have seen is the only person who could have seen the signature card of the Chief Justice.
I would assume that now, right now. Yeah.
Because the BSP examiner does not look at signature
No,
card.
they don't.
For them to be able to say that the PEP designation was absent, they means that they must have seen the signature card. If they have seen the signature card, they must have been an AMLA examiner, not a BSP examiner. Would that be correct?
I think for classification purposes, that would be accurate.
So there was an examination by an AMLA examiner of the personal account of Chief Justice Corona.
Either an AMLA examiner or a designated examiner for AMLA.
For
AMLA. For AMLA process.
So for the AMLA process. So
Yes.
there's no such. So the AMLA designated an examiner in the BSP to examine for AMLA.
I can't.
Okay, but it was under the auspices of the AMLA examination, because otherwise they would not look at signature cards. Is that correct?
With the permission of the gentleman from Ilocos Norte, what's the pleasure of the lawyer for Philippine Savings Bank?
Mr. President, actually the answer to your question was provided by bank officers, and I would just like to relay to Mr. Garcia to respond properly to your question, sir.
Sige, please. Yes, Attorney Puno.
Your Honor, in answer to your particular question and based on the information that has been provided to me, there was an AMLA specialist who was designated, and
Who designated them? designated them?
I think it's in the BSP BSP audit, Your Honor. And you asked earlier, Your Honor, the name of the AMLA examiner. His name is Mr. Jerry Leal.
Is he an AMLA employee?
I would not really know, Your Honor.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
So the name you just mentioned, could you tell us again?
Mr. Jerry Leal, per our record, Your Honor.
So Mr. Jerry Leal conducted an examination of the personal accounts of Chief Justice Corona under the auspices of AMLA.
Not the balances, no, nothing of that sort. Just the classification, whether they're properly classified as PEP and so forth.
So yes, but to do that, they had to look at the personal records of the deposit of the one particular account.
If they look,
or rather, one particular depositor. Sorry.
Your Honor, if I may clarify, if they look at these particular records, there is no information about balances or transactions, so they cannot see that.
With the permission of Senator Marcos, you mentioned that an AMLA representative or designated person was included in the team to see whether signatures were properly classified. Incidentally, in the report to you, with respect to bank depositors in your bank, were there other signature cards that were considered to be improperly classified, other than the signature card of the respondent, Chief Justice Renato Corona?
Yes, there were.
There were?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many?
If I can recall, Your Honor, based on my reading of the report, I think 8.
8 of them.
8 of them.
Okay. Proceed.
No, thank you, Mr. President. Great minds think alike. Naitanong niya po yung tatanong ko. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Estrada.
The gentleman from San Juan.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Ito ay isang obserbasyon lamang, Ginoong Pangulo. Ako po ay unti-unting naniniwala o nakukumbinsi na mukha naman yata hindi yata PS Bank ang nag-leak nitong mga dokumentong to na nakaabot sa prosecution. Dahil base sa mga deliberation, base sa mga diskusyon kanina, ako'y naman team na nakikinig, mukha yatang nung inaudit ng AMLAC o ng BSP yung mga accounts at nakita nga merong PEP at siguro isa sa mga opisyal o yung officer ng AMLAC mukhang isinerox itong signature card ni Chief Justice Corona at itinago at nung pumutok ang impeachment trial, tsaka na lang siguro inabot sa mga miyembro ng prosecution panel. Ngunit ako po ay pinaninindigan ko pa rin ang aking sinabi noong nakaraang araw na ito po ay hindi fake. Sapagkat nasasabi ko pong hindi fake, unang-una, kung iko-compare nyo po yung Annex A tsaka itong original na dokumento na isinumitin ng PS Bank, ay pare-parehong sulat. Ngunit, kulang ang mga entries. Itong Annex A na isinubmit ng prosecution na naging basihan ng na masubfina itong mga bank accounts, kulang-kulang po. At itong original na sinubmit ng PS Bank, marami hong entries after they had investigated or they had audited the clients of PS Bank. Dahil kung makikita nyo po dito sa original documents in sinabit ng PS Bank, marami pa hong entries nung taong 2011. So ako po'y naniniwala na hindi po peke ito at palagay ko meron hong nagtago nitong, nag-xerox nitong dokumento ni Ginoong Corona at inilabas na lang nung pumutok itong impeachment trial. Maraming salamat po.
The gentleman from Misamis Oriental.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Garcia, you mentioned earlier that you maintain 2 copies of the customer identification and specimen signature cards.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you showed us one of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's another one.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that other one is also filled up with the accounts of the depositor?
Only some, Your Honor.
Only some.
Yes.
So okay. Why is the difference? Why in the copy you brought here that is filled up, while the other original is not filled up?
Because the other original is kept at our head office for business recovery or disaster purposes. The subsequent transactions are done at the branch and are indicated by the branch on some of the records, which is not done at the head office.
Okay, so two originals, one maintained at the branch, one maintained at the head office.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the 2 originals were initially accomplished at the branch.
Yes, Your Honor.
When the depositor was opening his or her account.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This one, I'll take your word for that.
Yes,
So
Your Honor. Thank
okay.
you, Your Honor.
But if you are required to bring that other original, you can bring it,
Yes,
and
we
it
can,
will
Your Honor.
appear as you have described it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, the copy that you brought has been stamped closed. So this means that all the accounts listed on the signature card would already be closed. But does that mean that the depositor is no longer banking with you? That does not follow, di ba?
For these particular accounts, it's closed only pertinent to these accounts, Your Honor.
So there may be a new customer identification and specimen signature card for still existing accounts of the same customer. Pwede po ba yun?
That is possible, Your Honor, but when this was stamped closed, all of the accounts were closed at the time.
Okay, so let us say doon tayo sa scenario na meron pa siyang account dahil since puno na itong form so you used another form. Let us say ganun tayo sa scenario na yon, yung customer number ba ni account holder ay pareho? So let us say merong ibang customer identification and specimen signature card si Corona Renato Coronado. Ang customer number ba niya doon ay 334346 pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it will be retained, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Siguro tatanungin ko na lang kayo ng diretso. Meron pa bang ibang customer identification and specimen signature card sa pangalan po ni Corona Renato Coronado?
For the accounts that we certified with Mrs. Corona, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but that's for the two names in the account name.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi, kasi kaya kami nagtaka rito ni Senator Kiko kasi meron kang checking account na binanggit na doon linipat yung tatlo, di ba? May
Yes,
tatlong
sir.
30 million something. Kanino bang pangalan yun? Two account names ba yon? Or kay Renato Coronado Corona yon?
Renato Coronado Corona, Your Honor.
Solo?
Solo.
O wala po siya rito sa list of accounts. Peso yun
Yes,
Peso.
Your Honor.
Wala po siya rito sa listahan po ng accounts dito po sa original na dinala ninyo. So, it means na reflected siguro yun sa isa pang card.
We normally use just one specimen card for other transactions.
Opo, but how do you explain it, Mr. President, Bank President, na yung account number po ng checking account na yun ay hindi po nakalista rito?
Well, the account number, sir, was opened only in 2011, Your Honor.
Yes.
And the document that was presented in Annex A only had some accounts opened up to 2010, Your Honor.
No, I know. Kasi meron ka nga rito sa original na binigay mo. Meron kang date opened, 6/29/11 eh. So, meron ka ring, may account din na opened to 2011 eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, then yung, doon lang kami nagtataka para lang maintindihan. Merong isang checking account na pinaglipatan ng 30 million plus. Bakit po siya, hindi po siya reflected dito po sa original na binigay po ninyo? So, does it mean na reflected siya sa ibang signature card?
It's possible, Your Honor, but I will have to verify that.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay, pero tatapusin mo na yata ito. If you confirm that there is another specimen signature card containing this peso account and maybe other accounts, will you be able to also furnish us a copy of this other card? So that just to complete the picture po.
Yes, Your Honor, if it's ordered by the court for peso accounts.
With the same caveat that, or with the same right for you to cover if there are foreign currency deposit accounts reflected on the same card.
Certainly, Your Honor. Okay.
So, Mr. President, maybe just for that purpose, just to complete the picture, if he could bring and no longer testify on it, just a submission to the court if there exists another customer identification and specimen signature card for Corona Renato Coronado.
Yeah. What is the pressure of the gentleman from committee?
Mr. President, to settle this...
Is that related to the...
Yes, Mr. President. To settle this issue once and for all, I would like to suggest, because this is now a question document,
yes,
yung authenticity, kinu-question natin, but we are all speculating. So, ang suggestion ko po, my humble suggestion is that magpakuha lang tayo ng 10 standard handwriting specimens ni CJ Corona. Madali makakuha niyan. Kasi public official yan eh. And then we compare, we submit the question document alongside the standard handwriting specimens. 10 po ang kailangan dito. Kung gusto niyo pa, ako na magpapakuha, Mr. President. At ipadala natin sa PNP Crime Laboratory or sa NBI, doon sa forensic nila, para ma-determine natin kung ito ba'y peke o authentic. Yung pong aking suggestion, Mr. President.
I think that that is the function of the prosecution.
But hindi po tayo magkamayaw, Mr. President. That's why I'm giving that suggestion.
So that the defense will have a right to cross-examine. This is an adversarial proceeding, and we have to follow that system.
Mr. President, I'd like to clarify that I'm not being partial to the prosecution. I just want this court to get to the bottom of this issue. Because right now, as I said, we are all speculating. And lahat tayo nagiging handwriting expert, which we are not. So that's the reason why I submitted that proposition, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President.
I would suggest that we discuss this in caucus, because then the question again will be raised if we have a handwriting expert who will examine the documents, and then he will be presented here, he will stand here to testify. Whose witness will that be? And are the parties entitled to cross-examine whoever may be affected by the testimony of the witness?
Mr. President,
Yes.
the prosecution...
No, there is a pending matter that requested by the gentleman from Misamis Oriental. May I request the gentleman from Misamis Oriental to restate his request?
Yes, Mr. President. The witness testified that there's a possibility that there still exists another customer identification and specimen signature card in the name of Corona Renato Coronado. My request is for him to submit to the court such a card if he confirms its existence, subject to the same caveat that he can cover foreign currency deposit accounts information.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
The prosecution wants the floor, Mr. President. Hopefully they will accept the suggestion of Senator Lacson.
The prosecution
Thank you,
has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no questions on what already have been brought out by the senator judges. We would just like to take this opportunity, Your Honor, to mark the documents that have been identified and brought to court by this witness, Mr. President. May we approach the witness for...
Are you making this witness your witness?
Yes, Your Honor, insofar as the additional bank accounts are concerned, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I cannot see, Your Honor, how could that be? Your witness cannot be half for the prosecution, half for the defense, Your Honor. Ngayon lang po ako nakarinig ng ganyang pangyayari. I was in the academy for almost 4 decades, Your Honor. I'll be happy to be...
Half for the prosecution and half...
Same witness, yes, Your Honor.
Half for the...
For the defense, Your Honor. And probably the remaining portion to the court, Your Honor. Hindi naman... that is revolutionizing the law on evidence and procedure.
Kindly explain. Why is it half for the defense and half for the prosecution?
That's his announcement, Your Honor. He is only adopting the testimony of the witness only insofar as the checks identified in his later testimony. Now, how about the previous? We were made to understand he's a witness for the prosecution, Your Honor.
Correct.
They cannot disown him now.
He was presented as
a witness for the prosecution.
May I explain, Mr. President?
Yes.
It was correct to say that this witness was our witness when we presented him on direct and cross and redirect, but we had already discharged him, Mr. President. And so far as that is concerned, he no longer becomes our witness. But let me finish, Mr. President.
But he was recalled.
When this witness...
Wait a minute. Correct. You discharged him, but still he is a part of the record as a witness for the prosecution. You discharged him because you finished your direct examination and redirect. But nonetheless, he remains your witness when he was recalled by the court. It cannot be any other witness.
We have authority...
And now you are adopting precisely his testimony in relation to the document that you are marking. How can it be that he's not your witness?
We find no inconsistency, Mr. President. As we stated earlier...
Well, this presiding officer finds it inconsistent, strange.
Your Honor, we have authority to the effect that when a witness is called by the court and examined by the court, he is neither the witness for the defense or the prosecution. And that is our basis, Your Honor, for simply saying...
But is the situation of this witness in pari passu with the supposed jurisprudence that you're going to present?
Yes, Your Honor, because as we said earlier, we had already discharged this witness insofar as his main testimony is concerned. And therefore, when he was called by the tribunal and questioned by the tribunal, the authority says that he is neither our witness nor the witness for the defense. And it is only in relation to the documents that he had identified by the questioning conducted by the Honorable Tribunal that we adopt those particular evidence, Your Honor.
Subject to the submission of a memorandum from you to justify this position.
But if Your Honor, please, with the kind indulgence of the Honor, He conducted additional direct, Your Honor. We were objecting at that time. So if the witness is not his, how can he conduct a redirect question and additional direct, Your Honor?
That's true. Then, will you explain to us?
We did not conduct additional direct, Your Honor. We, in fact, discharged this witness, and the records will bear us out. It was this honorable tribunal that called back this witness, and it was this court also that questioned that witness.
There are many incidents of this nature that will take place in these proceedings, Your Honor. I beg the indulgence of this honorable, because many a times a witness is examined by a member senator of this court, Your Honor. We cannot object, we cannot comment, we cannot even contradict the statement being elicited from the witness. Although our examination of the rules of procedure on impeachment of this honorable court state in the section 17 that a lawyer and
this is the situation we are in. You did not produce that evidence. You submitted, to support your supplemental request for subpoena, a document which the witness disowned. Now you want to use that document to contradict the document that you used.
No, Your Honor.
As a supplement. Well, this will be contradictory because you're bound by the document that you use to request a subpoena from this court.
May I clarify, Your Honor?
Yes.
We do not mark in evidence, and we are not adopting the signature card that this witness was presenting. In fact, insofar as that is concerned, that is not our evidence. We never marked that, Your Honor. My only manifestation earlier is that because he is now the court's witness, that the identified documents, particularly those pertaining to the accounts, not the signature card, Your Honor, be marked in evidence for the prosecution. That is all, Your Honor. It is not the signature card.
What part of the documents are you going to mark as your exhibits?
The bank certification pertaining to the 4 accounts that were brought out during today's proceedings, Your Honor. The 2 additional accounts that were brought out upon questioning by one of the senator judges, and the 6 other joint accounts by Mr. Renato Corona and Cristina Corona, Your Honor.
That will be unfair to the defense, Your Honor, because while he is being examined by a member of this court, the defense is not entitled to make any objection, Your Honor. In fact, we will be ruled out of order, Your Honor. We have already coexisted with that provision under Section 17, Your Honor. Now, the moment something is produced through the examination of a member of this court, they will now adopt. Will that not be the height of unfairness, Your Honor?
The chair will defer a resolution of this issue and for further study by the court itself.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But in the meantime, Your Honor, subject to whatever resolution will come out, now that the witness is here with the documents, may we have a marking of these documents, Your Honor?
Well, precisely that is what we are objecting, Your Honor.
Provisional marking, Your Honor.
Because marking is preliminary to offer.
The ruling of this chair is not to mark this, and we will do it when we shall have resolved the issue.
Okay. Besides, Your Honor,
correct.
In the meantime, Mr. President, may we excuse the witness now?
The witness is accused.
Mr. President, we received a letter from the Supreme Court Clerk of Court and the Deputy Clerk of Court that in compliance with the subpoena issued, they attended the sessions of the Impeachment Court on February 13 and 14, 2012, and they have not been called to testify. Owing to the voluminous and pressing work in the Office of the Clerk of Court, they request that they be given a specific date when to appear before the Honorable Impeachment Court. So we find merit in their request, Mr. President, so I move that the House panel of prosecutors be directed to inform the witnesses on the specific date they will appear and testify before the Impeachment Court.
The motion of the majority floor leader is approved.
You may submit that by tomorrow, Mr. Lead Counsel. Inform your witnesses on when.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, the Council of Chief Justice Corona filed a memorandum on the issue of transfer of ownership pursuant to instructions from the court on February 2, 2012. I move that the said compliance be noted by the court, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, so noted.
We also are in receipt of the explanation of vote of Senator Loren Legarda to be included in the records of the impeachment court. This is regarding the TRO vote, Mr. President. So move.
Is there any objection? The motion of the majority floor leader is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we ask the Sergeant at Arms to make an announcement?
Please all rise. All persons are commanded to remain in their places until the Senate President and the Senators have left the session hall.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 21, 2012.
Is there any objection? The trial of this impeachment case is hereby adjourned until 2 o'clock of Tuesday, February 21, 2012.
Day 20 of the impeachment trial of Chief Justice Renato Corona has just adjourned, and it seems that we have a new suspect on the leakage of the copy of Corona's bank accounts. After PS Bank President Pascual Garcia III testified that the AMLC, or the Anti-Money Laundering Council, audited Corona's bank accounts, they have become a suspect of the leakage. The senator judges were finally given the copy of the original bank records from PS Bank, and they were able to get the chance to compare the original to the copy that the prosecution submitted to the court. Now, Garcia listed 42 points of differences in the two copies, including the fact that the copy submitted by the prosecution had some markings and some differences in signature that the original copy did not have. But the biggest difference that was most noticeable was that the prosecution's copy had PEP, or politically exposed persons, marked on it, but the original copy, which PS Bank gave to AMLC, did not have this marking. However, it was also pointed out that all the account information, rather, that was on the original copy was accurate in the prosecution's copy. That means that all the account numbers were accurate, as well as the details of the amounts in these accounts. Senator Jinggoy Estrada also manifested that some bank accounts exist in the original but not in the copy. Now, given the contradictory findings, the authenticity, rather, of the document is still in question. Earlier, Garcia also testified that there were 2 additional accounts under Corrona's name on top of the 12 accounts that we have already seen. Garcia testified that the cash from the 3 accounts closed on the day that Corona was impeached were transferred to a new checking account. 3 deposits were made via credit memos the day of the impeachment as well. One worth $7 million, another worth $12 million, and another worth $17 million. These were the amounts that were in the 3 bank accounts that were closed on the day of the impeachment. In addition to that, Garcia also revealed another account opened in 2008 with a 800,000 peso deposit. However, that was closed in the same year. Garcia also told the court, or divulged information about 6 additional joint accounts that Corona has with his wife, Cristina. On top of the 2 additional accounts exposed, he talked about Cristina's, or both of them rather, the couple's account, which had ranging balances from 44,000 to 7 million pesos. However, all 6 accounts are now closed. So far, there's still a lot to expect. Much has happened today, and really ordered PS Bank to submit to the court the names of the audit teams of AMLC and BSP, as well as the records given to AMLC. It is clear that the senator judges are trying to find the source of this leakage and, of course, its authenticity. Thank you so much for following us with Rappler.com today. Stay tuned for tomorrow's Day 21 of Corona trial. This is Natasha Gutierrez.
Kay Small Lady. Kay Small Lady, hindi pa rin ho natin nahaharap. Pati yung kay Congressman Banal, hindi pa rin po natin nahaharap. So, expectin natin po bukas. Kasi mahirap. Of course, meron kaming maaring ngayong inclination patungo doon. Pero mahirap patungo na baka nga sa AMLA. Pero po mahirap mag-conclude at this point in time hanggang di namin nakikita ang kabuuan ng picture or ng storya.
Pero sir, assuming na pinapakilos nga ng Malacanang, justifiable ba to? Is it legal and is it moral?
Well, unang-una, is it legal? Alam niyo ho, kaya nga ho tayo merong Bill of Rights sa Constitution. Ito po talaga ay upang maiwasan yung sobrang kapangyarihan ng gobyerno laban sa mga pribadong tao o sa ating lahat, sa mamamayan.
kung ikaw ay opisyal ng gobyerno, ikaw ay kawani ng gobyerno, o pribadong tao ka, yung Bill of Rights natin, kumakatawan yan upang sumangguni sa tao, hindi sa gobyerno. No? So, kung totoong ginagawa ito at mayroong persecution, may pag-uusig talaga, ay categorically yan ho ay hindi tama, yan ho ay mali. No? Ngayon, moral ba yan? Alam mo, yung morality nga, hindi naman ho masasagot yan ng konstitusyon. Masasagot ho yan ng persepsyon ng bawat isa sa atin. Tama ba na usigin mo ang isang tao kahit wala ka namang basihan? Hindi ho tama yan. Tama ba na ipahiya mo, sirain mo yung pangalan ng isang tao kahit wala kang basihan? Mali po yun. Tama ba na sirain mo yung buong pamilya ng isang tao dahil hindi lang siya sumasang-ayon sa karamihan ng mga gusto mo? Mali po yun. So, siguro doon natin tingnan ang kasagutan. No? Tingnan natin, kasi madali sabihin ngayon, pero tingnan natin doon sa resulta. Huwag natin pangunahan, tingnan ho natin, suriin natin. Pag dumating na tayo doon sa kanto na kailangan natin kumaliwa o kumanan, kung tama o mali, tayo na ho makakakita nun pagdating ho doon.
So on that instance po na yung Bill of Rights po natin, particularly dun sa right of privacy, ay na-infringe, baka meron po ang problema to dun sa laws or even sa Constitution?
Well, the laws or the Constitution are in place. Kung meron problema, it's in the implementation and in the execution. And in the tripartite system, alam naman ho natin kung sino nag-i-implement, sino hong departamento o sinong sangay ng pamahalaan na nag-i-execute. Tingnan po natin kung tama ho ba ang paggamit dito sa mga batas na to. Tama ho ba ang pagrespeto dito sa mga batas na to. Kung hindi po, pwede ho natin silang singilin.
Hey, yes ma'am. Okay. Ang katanungan niyo rito is ano raw ang impact sa kaso, sa impeachment, kung sakaling mapatunayan na ang dokumento ay nagmula sa AMLA. Yun ang katanungan mo, no? I think ganito natin titingnan ito. Yung sa prosecution, sinasabi po nila na yung exclusionary rule dito sa mga bank deposits ay hindi pumapasok. Pero po ang sinasabi namin, dahil po ang ugat ng application for subpoena ay question document, that is the fruit of the poisonous tree. Sabi namin kahit anumang paraan. At maliwanag po sa Bill of Rights na yung searches and seizure ay hindi lamang po nalilimit doon sa search warrant because it says for whatever purpose. At ang ating butihing constitutionalist sa isang libro niya, si Father Joaquin Bernas ay nagsasabi na ito'y sumasakop rin hanggat sa subpoena duces tecum. Kaya nga po sinasabi ng prosecution, sinasabi niyo yan, private lang naman yung source ng information. Therefore, kahit na kung papaano nakuha yan, nananatiling matibay ang mga ebidensyang nakuha namin. Ngunit, sabi nila, hindi naman ang state ang may pakialam dito Subalit kung maitutukoy at maituturo na ang AMLA ay may involvement dito, na hindi po natin sinasabi sa mga panahon ngayon, ay babaksak po ang teorya ng prosecution, ng exclusionary rule. Dahil po napakaliwanag na sa sinasabi nila, if you use the arm of the state in conducting searches and seizure, all evidence obtained will be excluded. Therefore, mapakaliwa po siya o mapakanan kung ganun po ang sitwasyon. May exclude lahat ng ebidensya na nagmumula sa questionabling source na hanggat ngayon hindi pa po nasasagot. Ito ba ay leaked document? Ito po ba ay fake document? Ito po ba ay galing sa small lady? Or ito po ay galing sa isang taong nag-iwan sa gate ng isang congressman prosecutor? Yan po. Opo, exclusionary. Either way po, pasok sa exclusionary.
Tony Cucho, paano sinasabi niyo pwede natin silang singilin?
Well, alam mo,
anong klaseng paniningil yan, sir?
Alam mo, tayo naman kasi wala naman tayong laban sa mga makakapangyarihan, ano? I guess, pare-pareho naman tayo dito, pribadong tao. Ano ba naman ang laban natin sa mga Panginoong may lupa, ano? Anong mga laban natin dito sa mga makapangyarihan na may poder, ano? Ang laban lang naman natin dito, kung titingnan natin, ay yung konstitusyon, sapagkat yung konstitusyon lang naman ang tanging pumoprotekta sa atin laban doon sa kalabisan ng pamahalaan. Ano? So kung paano natin silang sisingilin, ano ba mga paraan na binigay rin sa atin ng konstitusyon, di ba? Nandiyan yung election, nandiyan yung referendum, nandiyan yung impeachment. So nandiyan na rin naman yung sagot. So I will leave it at that, sapagkat ayaw naman po natin mag-speculate tayo dito. Ang sinasabi lang naman natin, ano ang proteksyon natin? Ang proteksyon natin sa kalabisan ng pamahalaan o kalabisan ng mga naghahari sa atin. Yung konstitusyon din mismo at yung mga batas na nakalatag na.
Nabanggit niya palap lang. Nabanggit niyo kanina impeachment. May plano ba kayo impeach si Noynoy?
Wala po ako sinabi.
Wala po siyang sinabi doon.
Binanggit niya impeachment kanina, di ba? So, under the Constitution, pwede natin silang singilin sa pamamagitan ng balota, referendum, and impeachment.
Yeah, kasi yan yung mga nakasaad sa konstitusyon, ano? So hindi ko sinabi ko yung impeachment kasi isa yan sa mga enumeration ko. So sana, I want to be very clear on this part, ha? I never said that we would be filing an impeachment complaint. I'm saying,
I'm just asking.
That's why I'm answering it, no? That it is one of the options given to the people under the Constitution.
Okay, may katanungan pa po. Hindi. Niliwanag po ng aking kasama na yung options lang ayon sa batas. Opo. Liliwanagin lang po namin, sa ngayon, kami hinaharap po namin ng impeachment trial. Wala po kami aksyon na nakikita sa mga susunod na araw. Sa makikita nyo nga po, lahat na ng suntok ay tinatanggap namin sa mga panahon na ngayon. Kami lamang ay umaasa na tayong ating mga kababayan ay maliliwanagan sa pakikinig, sa magkabaling panig. Kung ano man ang conclusion ninyo, iniiwan po namin sa inyo yan. At ginagalang namin po kayo. Yun lang na tumigil kayo, mag-isip, at bigyan kami ng pagkakataong magsalita, at magpresenta ng ebidensya sa impeachment, masaya na po kami dyan. For us, that's already a victory. Yun po.
Ganun ang mga SOT, ha?
Talaga very safe, ha, Tony?
Ninervyos, eh.